everyone, and welcome. I will call to order this Bloomington City Council meeting on Monday, March 18th, 2024. Thank you to everyone who is here with us in the chambers this evening. Thanks to everybody watching at home. We will begin our meeting as we always do. If you could, please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Once again, welcome and thanks for joining us this evening. First order of business tonight, Council, is to approve our agenda. Our agenda tonight is actually it's a beefy one again. We've got a couple of introductory items. We'll be hearing from our Sustainability Commission, hearing their 2024 recap and their 2024 to 2025 work plan, and I think a recap of 2023 also. As I look for our sustainability folks, I think that's probably the case. That's right. And the second part of our introductory items will be the process regarding our Port Authority 5-year Economic Development Action Plan, which is an exciting thing to see underway. Our consent business, Councilmember Lohman has consent this evening, and we've got 20 items under consent tonight, so that'll be a busy one. Under item 4, our hearings, resolutions, and ordinances, we have 2 public hearings this evening. Item 4.1 is regarding amendments to our Opportunity Housing Ordinance, and item 4.2 is a public hearing on the vacation of public drainage, utility, sidewalk, and bike easements for a lot in the South Bluff neighborhood in Bloomington. Under item 5, our organizational business, we've got 6 items under our organizational business. We're going to be discussing a budget adjustment to transfer strategic priorities funds for the Climate Change, Equity, Mitigation, and Resiliency Plan. Item 5.2 is a resolution for a similar budget adjustment to transfer strategic priorities funds for the Public Health Food Access Plan. Item 5.3 is the adoption of our Park Maintenance and Operations Plan. Item 5.4, a discussion on prevailing wage and wage theft that we've been teeing up over the last couple of months as different projects have come through. And item 5.5 is a resolution authorizing application and acceptance of grant funds from the U.S. EPA for a commercial energy efficiency green cost share program. And we'll wrap up our meeting as we always do with item 5.6, our City Council policy and issue update. Council, any changes, corrections, anything to add to the council agenda this evening? If not, I will move approval of tonight's agenda.
Second.
And a motion and a second by Councilmember Lohman to accept tonight's agenda as stated. No further council discussion on this. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 7-0, and we have an agenda tonight. Our first item on that agenda is item 2.1, which is the Sustainability Commission recap and March 2024 through February 2025 work plan. And we've got Emma Struss and Angie Bagash, who's the Vice Chair of our Sustainability Commission this evening. Good evening and welcome.
My name is Angie Bagash, and I am Vice Chair of the Bloomington Sustainability Commission. The Sustainability Commission advises the City Council, city staff, and the community on issues related to the sustainable use of resources in our neighborhoods.
Madam Vice Chair, if I could ask you, could you get a little closer to the microphone to make sure we pick everything up? I'd appreciate that. Thank you so much.
We are also active in the community. You might see us at the farmers market answering questions about recycling in the organics program, removing buckthorn and garlic mustard from our city parks, and collecting native seed to expand prairie plantings in our parks. I'm pleased to present to you our proposed work plan. This process began with commissioners brainstorming how we could best address sustainable issues in our city that our city is now confronting and will in the future. Emma, Kim, and Ellen did a fantastic job working with us to prioritize our ideas and focus on the ones where we can have the most impact. Our prioritization was weighted heavily by climate change, equity, and inclusiveness. The initiatives in the plan are not comprehensive. We will work with staff to address other issues as they occur. Our current and outgoing chair, Deanna White, couldn't be here tonight. I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize her for her 2 terms of service to the commission and thank her for her leadership and her contributions.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm Emma Struss, the staff liaison to the Sustainability Commission, and along with Angie Bagash, we'll walk through the work plan proposal for this year. So as Angie mentioned, this is not comprehensive of all the things that the commission is working on. Every year they reserve time in their work plan to be a body that's there to advise council and commissions and boards and the community with topics that come up. So for example, next week, they're having 3 presentations, and none of them are what you'll see before you tonight. But there are 6 focus areas. We have energy, ecological land stewardship, we have solid waste, environmental justice, water, and transportation. So these 11 initiatives that I'll walk through cover those items. So the first is an energy review of 2 large projects that the city is working on. The commission wants to be involved in looking at the Bloomington Ice Garden renovation and looking at the energy systems with that, and also the Community Health and Wellness Center. The second initiative under the focus area of energy is looking at heat recovery options. This is a research project where the commission wants to look into options for capturing waste heat from city infrastructure to reduce the reliance on fossil fuels and potential financial savings. The next initiative is under transportation, and it relates to something that the city has been talking a lot about with middle housing, but this initiative really looks at promoting the environmental benefits that are connected with that and having conversations with those who are already working on this issue with the Planning Commission, planning staff, HRA, and City Council. Next, we look at ecological land stewardship. We have continuing to support the Natural Resources Prioritization Master Plan, and the Commission's really looking for staff direction on opportunities that come up throughout the year to work on that. Then we have an initiative that started last year that's looking at updating city codes to have information and allow for native planting in residential areas. So that's an initiative that they want to see through, that currently they're working on a draft ordinance update. And then continuing with volunteer events. So the commission's really active with providing opportunities for the whole community to come and pull buckthorn or do a garlic mustard pull or plant a tree. So all of those programming will still continue. And then next we have environmental justice and ecological land stewardship, 2 focus areas that are looking for the commission to support staff in developing the urban forestry plan and increase boulevard tree plantings. Next, we have a conversation focused on environmental justice and ecological land stewardship, looking at collaborating with Parks and Rec staff and public health staff to have a conversation and provide information about the impacts of pesticides on BIPOC communities and vulnerable populations, including seniors and children. Then next, we have environmental justice and ecological land stewardship initiative that's focused on supporting Parks and Rec staff and promoting and providing access to local community garden plots. Transferring over to the focus area of solid waste, we have an initiative to have a zero waste group / HERC closure response task force looking at ways to significantly decrease Bloomington's waste. Then under water and environmental justice, we have, last but not least, the Water Conservation and Education Outreach Initiative, and that's looking at a part of it being a research project of what other communities are doing to incentivize water conservation, but also to be there out in the community to talk about the benefits of water conservation, and then also to help with the water rate study as needed and to educate the community about potential changes to rates. So that summarizes the 11 initiatives in the work plan. Again, these are initiatives that the commission really takes a leadership role in implementing with staff support, and they're also available to help with everything else that's going on in the city around sustainability. That, if you have any questions, please let us know. Thank you.
Thank you much for the presentation, and I'll apologize to the folks here watching. We're offline right now, so we're not able to get the slides up, but you can tell we've got the best minds working on it right now. They're working hard. Council, any questions tonight? Councilmember D'Alessandro.
Thank you. Thanks for being here today. I have a question. You mentioned the prioritization process that you went through. I'm curious if you could kind of define it for us a little bit more. How many of the proposed work plan ideas did you start with? How did you, what was the process of getting to the 11? Could you walk through a little bit of, how the group worked together on that? Thanks.
So we basically, as commissioners, we had the opportunity to discuss everything that we valued. We took some of the suggestions that came from our work groups, And that's actually how we started with it, is each group within those groups prioritized what they really wanted to focus on. And a lot of that looked at what we felt was important, what we felt we can actually have an impact with, where there were actually items that we could do and work with the staff on, and staff's availability to do that. Then when we brought it before the whole board, that's when we had the opportunity for somebody to say we were going to be the champion on that. We were going to lead that, and then there were people supporting that. And when we identified those were the ones that we actually decided so that we had the most resources for, and that's how we were going to pick the top ones. Then we had more discussion, added any that we thought maybe some issues that hadn't been addressed or that we didn't feel were addressed adequately, and then we incorporated those into those final 11. And then when we saw what our list was and we were satisfied with it, that's how we moved forward.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember. Similarly, I've been around long enough to remember when the sustainability work plan was about 52 items, if I recall. And so even and I'm not exaggerating, it was a lot. So I'm pleased to see down to 11, the focus on the 11, because obviously it's if everything's a priority, nothing is. And so to focus on these 11 seemed to be the appropriate ones, and I'm glad you had that nice process to narrow it down as you did. But I also, listening and with what you have both said, that you're around for additional work and help wherever you possibly can with the different departments or with whatever this council might need. So we appreciate that as well. Councilmember Lohman and Councilmember Mua. Councilmember Lohman.
Oh, Mayor, I just wanted to just say thanks to staff and our leadership. I know that Ms. White wasn't able to be here this evening, and have enjoyed her leadership, and I'm looking forward to other folks' leadership as well when that comes along. And that was a very difficult process to narrow that down, because you had to have other folks get along with what you had to do as well. And I just think it was a great process. And each year we keep improving and getting better. In fact, we're winning awards now. So that focus is really paying off.
Councilmember Mua.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for being here. So 52 down to 11, I still feel like this is a big lift. I don't want to add additional things, but I did have a question regarding the 9 Mile Creek restoration, obviously, because it's a big project coming up. So how is the State Sustainability Commission going to be touching that? Because it doesn't look like it's part of the active plan right now. So how are you going to be supporting that as well?
Mayor, council members, Councilmember Mua. So that falls under the advise category that isn't specifically called out because that is a staff-led initiative. But Dave Hansen has regular conversations and connections with the Sustainability Commission, so they'll be involved throughout the process, and Parks and Rec staff have already had conversations. So that is definitely something where the commission will play a role. It's just those initiatives aren't specifically called out because the commission isn't leading the implementation of that.
Councilmember Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And along the same lines as Councilmember Mua, we have some other projects that are probably coming forward with a new water well. Is there a role that the Sustainability Commission will play with regards to that well, or is that just a conversion from one to another and not much to look at, I guess?
Mayor, Councilmember Nelson, we don't have a specific ask, to my knowledge, to look into that project, but that's definitely something that we could bring forward to the commission and look at.
Mr. Verbrugge, what's the timing on the well project?
Mr. Mayor and council members, TBD. So as soon as we have more information, we'll let you know, and we'll follow up. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. City Manager, I assume by information you mean money, but
so it is hopefully. Mr. Mayor and council members, Councilmember Nelson, the timing of when those funds are actually received.
Thank you. In terms of the zero waste project, I know a lot of that is being directed because of HERC, which is a county facility, county directed. There's some state things going on there. Does it make any sense for us to hold back on that and allow them to do their work and their plan, so how they see us getting to zero waste, as opposed to us getting too far in front of that and then they come in with something completely different? I'm just a little bit worried that we're going to spend staff resources and time and then it doesn't align with what they're going to require and mandate for us to do.
Mr. Mayor, council members, Councilmember Nelson, I can let commissioners speak to that, this is something that it will be commission-led, so there will be minimal staff time on this. But this work plan is one of the commissions, and I know that was a priority for some of the commissioners, so I could either let Councilmember Lohman or Chair Bagash speak further on that.
Councilmember Lohman?
Thank you, and that that was a concern that staff did raise with that. And one of the things that we wanted to do was there was work that had already been done between staff at the Hennepin County level, and so what we wanted to do is go through the data that's already there and figure out what we can do proactively. And just be extremely careful, and particularly, I have criticized this idea and went along with it, and so want to be sure that we're positioning the city to be ready to be able to respond when they do have a response with that. So we did keep that in mind, and we wanted to just use data and information that was already out there. So certainly hear your concern, and it's certainly part of our discussion. So,
Great. Well, I'm glad that's been thought through. I appreciate that. My last question is, I know, at Public Works, we're looking at solar panels, and we talked about solar over the parking areas and the pros and cons of that. And part of that is there's federal funding we can now take advantage of. So I guess a two-part question is, where does solar fit into this in terms of our existing buildings, our new buildings? And then where does federal funding, given the amount of it that is available, fit into this so that we can leverage that for our initiatives?
Mr. Mayor, council members, Councilmember Nelson. So that's definitely an exciting thing that's happening right now. The Sustainability Commission last year brought together the proposal for solar on Public Works. Staff have been working on that. We're going to be looking into direct pay. So that's the 30% of the project that essentially is covered. So that's a great opportunity. That also ties into looking at BIG, that renovation, and then also the Community Health and Wellness Center, looking into those opportunities. And then we're also, as staff, looking into further opportunities to ensure that we're able to fund renewable energy opportunities. So that would go beyond what's the commission has capacity to really dive into, but that is something that staff is looking into.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate the answers.
Councilmember Carter, you have one? No? All right. Thank you, Councilmember Nelson, your questions. And just regarding the HERC, I think I appreciate your point on that. The other way to look at that is that I wouldn't mind seeing Bloomington take a leadership role in this, especially in some of the things that they're talking about and where we might end up. And so it would be exciting to see the commission work on it, staff, however we need to work on it, but also here at the council, trying to take a leadership role and help to, rather than react, to do a little bit of directing in terms of where these requirements and everything regarding the HERC goes. So. Council, any additional questions? Seeing no questions, Council, I would look for a motion to approve the Sustainability Commission work plan for March of 2024 through February of 2025.
So moved.
I'll second.
Motion by Councilmember D'Alessandro, second by Councilmember Lohman to approve the Sustainability Commission work plan. No further council discussion on this? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 7-0. Thank you so very much. Thanks for the information. And if you could take our thanks back to the rest of the Sustainability Commission as well. We appreciate their work. They do outstanding work, and I know they're one of the more hands-on commissions that we have here in the city of Bloomington, so really appreciate the thoughtfulness that they put into it, but also the getting their hands dirty as well. So if you could pass that on, we'd appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks.
Thanks.
Item 2.2 on our agenda is discussion about the process for the Port Authority's 5-year Economic Development Action Plan. Holly Masick, who is our Port Authority Administrator, will tee us up and introduce us to the consultants that we have working on this exciting plan. Good evening, Ms. Masick.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Holly Masick. I am the Port Authority Administrator, and I am here tonight with our consultant team from TIP Strategies. Would you like to introduce yourselves?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm Jeff Marcella, Senior Partner with TIP.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Elizabeth Scott, Senior Consultant with TIP Strategies and Project Manager on this project.
All right, so a bit of context on this plan. As you may remember, the HRA underwent an assessment in 2022 that determined that the HRA needed to focus its abilities on and capacity on housing development for the city and the full housing continuum, whereas the port should expand its services and especially its traditional economic development services citywide after working exclusively in the South Loop from its origins redeveloping the Met Stadium site into the Mall of America. So as part of that process, it was determined that we should do a 5-year economic development plan. We went through an RFP process last year, heard from 13 firms, and TIP Strategies was selected to be our consultant for that process. We kicked off our work together about a month ago, and this is their first visit to Bloomington. We will be doing 7 roundtables in the course of these 3 days, having interviews, meeting with our steering committee, which we'll show you the members of in a moment, and they will also be interviewing our commissioners, the city council, and other stakeholders in our community. So we wanted to give you a brief update this evening about this process. Again, it's going to take about 6 to 7 months. We anticipate wrapping up in September, and we hope to engage you all throughout it at different moments for feedback.
Okay. Well, thank you, Holly.
Good evening, welcome.
Well, thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be with you. We're excited to be here, in person in Bloomington. We did want to just introduce who we are as a company, so you get a sense about who we are, a little bit about our background. And then Elizabeth is going to share a little bit about the process that we're going to be having under the next 7 months.
You have to ask for slides.
Okay.
And if I could ask if you could lean into the mic a bit.
Absolutely.
I would appreciate that, just to make sure that everybody can hear everything here.
We can keep going. And one more. And so just a quick introduction to who TIP Strategies is. We're a nationally recognized economic development and workforce development strategic planning firm. The name is actually an acronym, and it stands for Theory into Practice. And that, thank you. And that's because everyone in our company, and there's 25 of us, have a background being an economic development practitioner. So each one of us has been responsible for carrying out an economic development plan on behalf of a community. So we take implementation very serious whenever we work on a project. Okay. The company itself is 29 years old. During that time frame, we've worked in over 350 communities around the country, and that includes cities and counties and regions and states. And all we do is do economic analysis and do workforce development and economic development strategic plans for communities to address challenges that they might have or to leverage opportunities that they have in their community. There are 25 of us, as I mentioned. We're based out of Austin, Texas, but we actually have staff all over the country. I office out of the Seattle, Washington area. Elizabeth is officed in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, but we have folks in Denver and Washington, D.C. and Boston, Massachusetts as well. So we're all over the United States. We go to the next slide. And this is the project management. This is the project team that we have assigned here. You see, Elizabeth and I are here in person today, but we have an amazing team that's focused in on this project. I won't go through everybody's background, but I will share with you that Tracy McDaniel is the president of our firm, will be acting as a strategic advisor on this project every step of the way. She's a national thought leader in the field of economic development. Mishka Parkins is a consultant, will be assisting Elizabeth as well. She has national expertise on economic equity and economic resilience planning as well. And then John Karras with our team is going to be lending his expertise in urban planning and land use as well. And then I'll let Elizabeth give a little bit about her background.
Thank you. So I've been with TIP Strategies for a bit over 5 years, where I primarily work with cities, counties, regional governments on economic development, strategic planning. Do a lot of comprehensive economic development strategy work, as well as plans very similar to what we're doing for the Port Authority.
Super. And just by background, I've been with TIP. I've been a partner for the last 10 years. I've had a chance to work in about 80 different communities all over the country, helping them with their plans. Prior to that, I was with the Economic Development Council of Seattle and King County. I served as their president and CEO and was with that group for about 10 years. And I actually got my start, 25 years ago, working in Houston, Texas for an economic development organization, helping local manufacturers grow and come and set up operations in the Houston market. So that's a little bit about our team. We can go to the next slide. I also wanted to recognize and acknowledge and thank our steering committee. And these are the folks that are members of our steering committee, and these are probably familiar names to all of you. We could not ask for a better steering committee to help us through this entire process. They come from all walks, public sector, private sector, small business, large business, every area that we could ask for is to provide guidance. And they're going to work with us, and I want to thank them for all of the hard work they're going to be doing over the next 6 months. They'll be reviewing economic data with us, helping to brainstorm about strategies, validate a lot of the ideas that are surfaced throughout the planning process as well. And we couldn't ask for a better team. So that's a little bit about the steering committee. Now Elizabeth's going to give you a quick overview of the project itself.
Thanks, Holly. And we can advance to the next slide. The first slide that we'll share with you is the project goal. Holly already covered most of this. 2 key takeaways here. It is a 5-year plan, so we will be looking at immediate term, short term, midterm, and long-term strategies and actions for the Port Authority. This will extend beyond that 5-year, even though we're looking at 5-year implementation, looking at strategies and impact for a longer term. Next slide. We're often asked what informs the strategic plan, and we can kind of divide that into 3 major buckets. The first one on your screen is what you all tell us, what we hear from the community. We do that through virtual engagement, in-person roundtables and interviews like the ones that we'll be conducting over the next few days, surveys with stakeholders, emails, however someone wants to submit and share information with us, we are willing to meet them where they are to collect that. We have a team of researchers and analysts who will be pulling data from public and proprietary sources to help us understand a little bit more about what's happening in the business community, in the built environment, as well as socio-demographic business information. And then the last area is what our experience tells us. Jeff covered some of our firm's experience. One thing that I will highlight here are best practices and use cases. We will never suggest that XYZ be done in Bloomington. What we use cases for in best practices are how to explain and articulate how other communities have helped overcome some of their biggest challenges, and looking at what can be learned from those and how something similar could be implemented here. So we're looking at a 3-phase planning process. As Holly mentioned, we kicked off at the very end of January. We are right in the discovery phase, which is exactly what it sounds like, learning as much as we possibly can about the community. From there, we'll move at the beginning of the summer into the opportunity phase. By that point, we'll have some of those key themes identified for the plan and really work on refining strategies and actions into what will be an implementable action plan. There is a reason that a full third of the planning process is spent on implementation. We will ensure that there are resources and alignment to ensure that the team can hit the ground running on day 1 of plan implementation with a strong plan. The last thing we want is a plan that sits on the shelf. As economic development practitioners, we know what it's like to implement a plan, and that's part of our core philosophy. And just a next step slide, this is our last slide. And what's happening, again, we're in the discovery phase right now. We're on site until Wednesday. We're meeting with our steering committee on Wednesday morning for a meet and greet. We will continue to meet with them at least monthly through the entire duration of the project, possibly more if needed. And at this point, one thing that we would ask all of you is to help us identify additional stakeholders and participants for our roundtables and interviews.
And I also want to note, we're looking forward to spending time one-on-one with each one of you. We'll work around your calendars to do a virtual meeting because to understand your economic priorities is essential for us, and we want to start there. So we look forward to having a conversation with each and every one of you.
Thank you. And I will attest to their flexibility because I just asked them to change our meeting tomorrow, and they agreed to do that. So it's already they're walking the walk and talking.
So that means we have an opening.
That's right. Council, any questions? No questions. Well, excited to see this underway, and excited to see where it's going, and that the work that the group that you have pulled together is fantastic. I think you're right. It's very representational of Bloomington in a lot of different ways, and there's a lot of very good thinkers in that group. I don't know if you've had a chance to meet them yet, but you're going to certainly enjoy working with them. I know you will. So thank you so much. Looking forward to our conversation tomorrow and looking forward to seeing this entire process move forward. So great. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members.
Thank you, Mayor and council members.
Council, next on our agenda is our consent business. Councilmember Lohman has the consent agenda tonight. Councilmember Lohman.
Yeah, so I'll make one last call to see if anybody wants to hold anything. Seeing nothing, I'll go ahead and make a motion to pass 3.1 through 3.20 on our consent agenda.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Lohman, second by Councilmember Mua to accept tonight's consent business, items 3.1 through 3.20. No further council discussion on this? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Councilmember Lohman. We'll move on to item 4, our hearings, resolutions, and ordinances. And I mentioned earlier this evening, we've got 2 public hearings this evening. The first is a public hearing regarding amendments to our Opportunity Housing Ordinance. And Kenny Niemeyer from our Port Authority is going to step up and talk us through this. Good evening, Mr. Niemeyer.
Good evening. I'm playing double duty tonight.
Thanks for jumping in on that. We appreciate that. Thanks for your help.
If I'm flustered, that's why. Well, thank you, Mayor, council members. Tonight, I'm bringing forward the Opportunity Housing Ordinance proposed amendments, and this is an item that I've been working on, and our division and department has been working on for several months, and I'll go through the timeline, but we've taken this to 3 study sessions, one with HRA, one with Planning Commission, and one with Port Authority. We made revisions based on those study sessions, and then we returned that item to seek final recommendation for approval by City Council. If you could go to the next slide, please. So what I'll go through tonight prior to opening the public hearing is giving a background on the Opportunity Housing Ordinance, go through the history and purpose of the OHO, talk through what the requirements are for compliance, as well as what the incentives are available to developers under this ordinance. I'll talk through what some of the related objectives for city priorities and initiatives are and how they align with the OHO's work. And then I'll talk about some upcoming work items related to the OHO. Then I'll get into the proposed amendments that were in the resolution ordinance and the agenda packet. I'll talk through what that amendment process has been over the last 4 months. I'll go through some major takeaways from the study session minutes, talk through how that influenced the revisions that were made to the proposed amendment, as well as some engagement with the developer community, and then we'll talk through the final recommendation. Next slide, please. So the Opportunity Housing Ordinance was initiated by a Housing Nexus study commissioned in 2018. That study informed the incentives as well as the requirements that are still in place today. So as a result of that Housing Nexus study, the OHO was created and adopted in February of 2019. There was a 6-month trial and outcome assessment period before the ordinance went into full effect in September of 2019. Since then, the document is being maintained as a living document, and there have been multiple amendments to the OHO over the years. We'll talk more about that later on, as this is another example of those amendments. Every year, the Opportunity Housing Ordinance comes before this body with its annual report. That typically happens around September, so I brought that item in 2023, and some of the takeaways from that meeting will be reflected in the proposed amendments tonight. And part of that effort is to have this continuous process of feedback and assessment on the outcomes of the OHO's implementation. So there are purposes that are part of establishing the OHO that are laid out in the ordinance. I've pulled just 4 of those stated purposes. There are more in the ordinance, but I felt that these purposes aligned closely with what the proposed amendments for this evening are. And those are to establish an affordable housing program, that promotes flexibility in development and is adaptable to changing economic circumstances, creating an OHO that implements council and city affordable housing goals, allow developers to bundle incentives toward a single development to provide housing units that are affordable to the extremely low and very low income populations who are in need of affordable housing, and allow the city council to review and revise the OHO's requirements periodically. Next slide, please. So to give a background on the implementation and function of the OHO, we'll start here with what those compliance options are. And first I'll explain what the requirements are. So the Opportunity Housing Ordinance requires developers of new housing as well as substantial housing rehabilitation for projects of 20 units or more to provide 9% of the dwelling units in those projects affordable to households earning 60% of the area median income or less. So to comply with that requirement, developers can choose any one of these methods. There are also potential to combine methods to achieve compliance. The main compliance method that we've seen so far with the 18 projects that have been proposed since the OHO came into place are on-site development of units. So that what that looks like is a mixed income housing development that would include those 9% of units affordable at 60% AMI. Developers could also choose to pay a fee in lieu of developing those affordable units. If they just pay that fee in lieu, it would go into the city's Affordable Housing Trust Fund, and it could then be reprogrammed for affordable housing activities that come before the city or that are part of the city's priorities. The developer could also choose to assign that payment of fee in lieu to a subsequent development that would include the required units that would have been required for both developments. And we'll talk more about that. And then there are some other compliance methods that we haven't seen developers utilize yet, but it's good to have them as options. That would be dedication of land, and that dedication of land would have to have a comparable value to what the payment of fee in lieu would be. And just for your reference, that fee in lieu is set in the ordinance, and it was set based off of that Housing Nexus study from 2018. So that's currently set at $9.60 per square foot of leasable market rate unit square footage for the interior units only. So if they're dedicating land, it would be for a comparable value. Developers could also choose to purchase and rehab existing units, also known as naturally occurring affordable housing units, NOAA units, and that would be for a comparable amount of units to what would have been required for the original development. Next slide, please. So this slide is just to show what the current effective rent and income limits are for the OHO. So as I've been mentioning, that 60% AMI level, that third column, is what our baseline requirement would be. 9% of units would have to be affordable at those various rents, depending on the unit type. And then if you go to the bottom table, you'll see what that area median income actually is. And it's these numbers come from HUD, from the federal government. They're updated every year, typically around April, May, or June in that time frame. So we expect to get new numbers that would be effective for the 2024 year soon, and you'll see a change in these numbers. Next slide, please. And then as mentioned, the OHO allows developers to access incentives as they comply with the requirements of the OHO, and then there are more development standard flexibilities and financial-based incentives that developers become eligible for as they exceed the requirements of the OHO, offering more units, more affordable units, and units affordable at the deeper affordability level. Those benchmarks would be the 50% AMI level or the 30% AMI level. And so as you can see, the incentives that we offer are in two major categories. Development standard flexibilities would be those that would come into play at the planning stage. So that would be something like a density bonus, a reduction in the required amount of parking stalls, or a reduction in the required number of storage space units. And then the other side is the financial-based incentives. So those would come at that pro forma stage as a developer is structuring the financials of a development. And those look like the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, accessing those fundings, potentially being eligible for the establishment of a tax increment financing district, or looking for some sort of land write-down if it's a city-owned, HRA-owned, or Port Authority-owned property. So those are the incentives that developers can get access to. Next slide, please. And then I wanted to highlight some of what I see are the places where the outcomes of the OHO align with the goals of the City Council and the city at large. The main way I would see that is with our Bloomington Tomorrow Together priorities. The way that I think about it, I'll go through each priority. We've got a connected, welcoming community. I see the OHO creating opportunities for people to be welcomed into the city by their community, to feel valued and dignified in their housing, and be in a place where they can connect with their neighbors. A healthy community. I see housing creating that foundational jumping off point for people being able to improve their health, safety, and security by having stable housing. And then a community with equitable economic growth. I see housing contributing to that growth by providing workforce housing in Bloomington and helping the city's growth be equitably distributed. Next slide, please. I'll also highlight the Metropolitan Council's goals around affordable housing. The Met Council forecasts future affordable housing need using a regional economic model and then allocates a share of that overall need to communities within the 7-county metro. These goals that are reflected in the bottom row of this table, you can see we have requirements at the various affordability levels. These also roughly align with the housing needs analysis conducted by the HRA in 2018. And a couple highlights from this table. This is developments that have opened, completed construction, or that are currently under construction. There are other projects that are currently proposed but have not yet begun construction. But takeaways here are that for units affordable at that 60% AMI level, or that 80% AMI level or below, Bloomington has actually achieved its Met Council goal for development of those units, which is that's a great outcome, and that really reflects the work that the OHO is doing. For progress on the units affordable at 50% AMI, there's good progress, and currently if projects that are proposed proceed, we would reach that goal and exceed that goal. And then the final column, that 30% AMI level, it's clear to see that there's a lot of work to be done there. And we've, in the proposed amendments this evening, there are some changes that we hope will get even just a couple more units toward that goal for the 30% AMI. But as I'll talk about and as we'll hear this evening, those 30% AMI units are very difficult financially to pencil out in housing development projects. And what is required to make them work is financial subsidy. Next slide, please. So just to close out here on some of the upcoming work around the Opportunity Housing Ordinance, I'm currently going through the compliance check for 2023. So looking to see, did our property managers and developers in our community uphold the agreements that they made when they worked with the city on developing these units? We want to make sure that those units have that affordable rent that was agreed upon, and that the people renting those units were in need of those units, so that their household incomes were at or below that required level. So that's underway currently, and we're also looking to implement new tools to streamline and make that process for compliance even more efficient in this current year of 2024. We are also looking to contract for a renewed Housing Nexus study. I mentioned 2018 was that study. It's reaching the end of its relevant and effective lifespan, so we would look to renew that study. And then I highlighted some items that would be of particular interest under that study. That would be potentially updating that fee in lieu rate, which I mentioned was that $960 per square foot. And it would be taking another look at that affordability requirement. So that's that 9% at 60% AMI. We may also look to examine opportunities to create affordable home ownership, and that might require new incentives, retooling of incentives, or just targeting incentives toward home ownership. We also may re-examine the existing incentives and compliance methods that are offered under the OHO. So that would come under a renewed Housing Nexus study. We've currently identified a potential funding source that could fund, or at least in part fund, a renewed study. So we hope to have more information on that soon. And then finally, we'll continue to gather feedback from community stakeholders on the outcomes that the OHO is creating and report those to you. Next slide, please. So that was the background for the OHO, and now I'll go through what the proposed amendments are this evening that were in the packet. Just to go again through that timeline, there were 3 study sessions, one to the Port Authority, one to the Planning Commission, and one to the HRA in January of this year. We collected feedback from the commissioners and board members, and then we also, some of that feedback had us going out to the community, the developer community, and getting some info from them, as well as looking back at the history of the OHO's implementation. And we took that all to create some revisions before we brought the proposed amendments back to those 3 bodies in February. Those 3 bodies unanimously approved the OHO amendments, and that is why we're here tonight for tonight's public hearing. Next slide, please. So the proposed amendment study sessions took place in January, and what was brought before those bodies were 2 major categories of amendments. Those are minor amendments that do not propose to substantially alter the implementation of the OHO. So think clarifications to existing language, cleanup, language cleanup, grammar cleanup for the ordinance. And then the other major section is modifications to existing language that do impact OHO implementation. Next slide, please. So I'd just like to go through a high-level summary of each of those major modifications. So the first modification is to our definition of affordability, and that's a change from 80% AMI being considered affordable to that upper threshold being 60% AMI. And this is to have the definition of affordability align with our OHO incentives. There are no incentives for 80% AMI units. It's also to align with our Met Council goals. So we're delivering on 60% AMI units. So we wanted to be clear with developers what is considered affordable for the purpose of our ordinance. The next major modification is to the payment in lieu of developing affordable units, and this is updates to ensure that if that fee in lieu option is taken, and then that fee in lieu is assigned to a subsequent development, that we're still getting all of the units that would have been required under the original development, in addition to the units required in the subsequent development. So it's a change of language from 20% of the units in a subsequent development to 9% of units from the original development plus 11% of units in the proposed development. We originally proposed a alteration to the impervious surface area increase incentive, but as I'll speak on more later, that has been amended. It's revised. The proposal is now to remove that amendment. The reexamination of this incentive was in response to taking a look at whether or not the OHO's outcomes are aligning with environmental sustainability. We wanting to understand if those goals are aligned. So this is a first step toward that, and I'll speak more on that later. So the next major modification is to the parking reduction incentive to allow for discretion by the city engineer when a developer is seeking a higher percentage of parking space reduction. Next slide, please. And these are the rest of the major modifications. One is to the storage space reduction to create an additional tier for 30% AMI units. The next is to remove the development fee reimbursement incentive. And this is in response to the Port Authority and HRA are covering the cost of this incentive, essentially. It's removing cost from the developer, but the cost for this incentive does fall upon the Port Authority and HRA, both of which currently do not have funding for this incentive. If there were a situation where there was funding for the incentive, the staff's opinion is that that funding could be better allocated toward projects that achieve the specific goals that the HRA and Port Authority have. So think developments that have that deeper affordability level. Under the incentive previous to amendment, developments that provide just units at that 60% AMI level would be eligible for this incentive. And this was only to developments in the Gateway area, which is no longer a target area for the OHO's purposes. Next, we have the expedited review of plans incentive, which we're proposing to expand citywide from the Gateway area and to create a tier at the 30% AMI level. And then finally, is an update to the objective section of the OHO to clarify that comparable design includes in-unit amenities. Next slide, please. So after presentation of those minor and major amendments to the study to the boards throughout the study session, we had some major takeaways for feedback. Those are to emphasize the enforceability of any requirements that we're leveraging under the OHO. So, for example, the in-unit amenity proposal. The way that we would enforce that is at the site plan review stage. We would look to see for those proposed units that are those proposed units within that development, is there a comparable design across the unit types? We would look to ensure that developers aren't all they're not clustering all the affordable units in one part of the development, or they're not designating all efficiency units as the Opportunity Housing Ordinance opportunity housing units when the rest of the building has 3 bedrooms or 2 bedrooms. So ensuring that comparable design. We would look also to see if some units have in-unit laundry, is there a comparable amount of affordable units that have access to that in-unit laundry? The next feedback we got was giving clarity on the parking reduction incentive, and I'll speak more on that. We got feedback to propose certain amendments to move concurrently with Planning Division 2024 work items, and we were asked to get additional clarity on the storage space reduction incentive amendment. And then finally, there was broad support to continue maintaining the OHO as a living document. Next slide, please. So just to go through those 3 major revisions that I've been calling out, the first is to the impervious surface area increase. So as I mentioned, we originally proposed amending this to be incentive accessible to office to residential conversion projects. The feedback that we got from the Planning Commission is that this is an item that the Planning Division will be looking at in their 2024 work agenda, and that's to look at office to residential conversion studies. So rather than move that ahead of time, we'll move that concurrently when planning is considering that item. So for now, the recommendation is simply to remove the impervious surface area increase as an incentive, and then we can reconsider down the road when Planning Division has that item on their table. The next revision is to the parking reduction. So as originally proposed, the city engineer or designee would have discretion to require a parking study if a development sought 10%, a reduction of 10% to their parking requirement or more. After looking back at our previous developments, we saw that the average parking reduction granted to developments that sought one was 28%, and that only 4 developments exceeded that amount. So we've raised that level of discretion to the 30% level so that the average development project wouldn't be subject to that discretion for a parking study. Of course, the city engineer still has that right if they see a situation where they have a lot of concern. There's no on-street parking, for example, and a site is quite restricted in terms of development area. They could require that parking study. But we're looking to create additional clarity for our developers and base it off of the outcomes of the OHO to this point. And then finally, we took a look at storage space reduction. We were able to connect with some members of the housing development community and understand if they were to develop a market-driven housing development, how many external storage spaces would they be providing in that type of development? And the feedback that we got was 10 to 15% of the units in a development would have access to an external storage space. So to reflect that in our proposed tier that we're creating at the 30% AMI level, we revised to offer a 90% reduction of the required storage spaces if a developer delivers 10% of units affordable at the 30% AMI level. And the reason that 10% level was chosen is that looking back at our previous developments that did have 30% AMI units, it was typically 6 to 8% of the total units in those developments. So what we're looking to do with this 10% level is encourage developers to deliver maybe just 1, maybe just 2 additional units at that 30% AMI level. And we're hoping that that requirement, that this would then be accessible financially. Because the feedback that we got is, while this helps the numbers, it doesn't really move the needle in terms of delivering these 30% AMI units. Well, the feedback that we got is that what's needed is financial subsidy. Next slide, please. So finally, we're here tonight with our recommendation to City Council. As I mentioned, the commissions and boards heard this item again in February. The Planning Commission held a public hearing, and we each body approved unanimously a recommendation to the City Council. In terms of additional discussion that we received from the development community as well as engagement with members is that more work is needed to support the development of 30% AMI units. And it won't be enough to just look at development standard flexibility. We'll have to be creative with financial subsidy. And then we also, just to mention it one more time, our goal and the feedback that we received is to continue to maintain this document as a living document and one that comes before you frequently when there are changes to be made and economic circumstances to be responsive to. Next slide, please. And so we've brought these 2 recommendations before you tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Niemeyer. Appreciate it. Council, questions of Mr. Niemeyer on the presentation? Councilmember Lohman.
Really just one question. With the 9.25 recommendation that it was, and that had to do with the development fee reimbursement incentives, that removal, I thought I heard you say, and I just want to be sure that I understood that we were going to pull that back because we didn't have the funds for that, or is it just a money issue that why we removed that?
Mayor, council members, it's a dual issue. One is that there isn't currently funding available for that incentive, but the other issue that staff have identified is that it's not seen as an efficient use of funding. If this incentive weren't existing and there were funding available, the thought by staff is that funding could be designated to projects that are delivering more on city goals. And so the example I used is a development that's delivering just 60% AMI units may be eligible for that development fee reimbursement. But the staff and to deliver on our Met Council goals, for example, would want to prioritize that funding for housing developments delivering that 30% AMI units. So to provide that financial subsidy that those projects need. So it's both a funding issue and an efficiency issue.
I was just kind of surprised we didn't come back with a recommendation, with what you just said there, rather than removing it.
Mayor, council members, as currently written, my understanding is that funding would be available through the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. And as that's structured, that funding does get prioritized to 30% AMI projects. Think our recent discussion on 700 American, that project which was able to deliver 50% AMI units broadly, as well as 8 units at that 30% AMI level. In that case, we were pushing to have the Affordable Housing Trust Fund allocated to that project. In that case, that project did seek the development fee reimbursement, but again, there wasn't funding designated specifically for that use. So we're essentially backfilling that need with the trust fund. So rather than double dip that funding, we see it as an efficient use to just have the funding accessible through the trust fund.
Councilmember Rivas.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a question on the parking reduction, the 30%. Can you elaborate more on that, just to help me understand?
Mayor, council members, yeah, and I apologize for not giving the background. So the reason that item came up as part of the proposed amendments is there was a housing development that sought close to the max reduction for parking spaces. I believe it was 35%. And after that project developed, was opened and underwent operation, there were some concerns that there wasn't sufficient parking for there wasn't sufficient parking for all of the residents, as well as residents who had care staff who were potentially visiting or who had guests who were visiting, to all park on site. And in that particular development, on-street parking was not permitted. So that created a situation where staff for resident care were having to violate parking. So the reason that we were looking at this is to ensure if these issues are caught by the city engineer or her designee, that we could ask or require that a developer take a parking study through a third party to foresee these situations rather than to result in another.
If I follow up with another question, if I can. On regards to that, what is the 30% is in relation to the amount of units being built in a particular building?
Mayor, council members, the 30%, Melissa, would you be able to go back to the slide with the description of that incentive? So the 30% is a level of reduction that developers can get access to if they deliver more units at an affordable level. The parking requirement would be based off of the requirements in our zoning and land use. So under planning, they would establish what the required parking number is, and that would be a result of the amount of units, as well as where in the city that development is, depending on the zoning and land use that are applicable to that development. And then this 30% reduction could apply to that required number of parking units.
All right. Thank you. I just wanted to know that it involved the location as well, not just the amount of units in the building. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Mua.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you elaborate a little bit more about the feedback we got from developer partners? Specifically, what pain points do they have with the original OHO, and how are these amendments possibly helping relieve anything about that?
Mayor, council members, I can speak a little bit, and I'll also mention that we have a member of that development community who is willing to speak at the public hearing this evening, so hopefully that's an opportunity to speak more on that topic. But broadly, what I've heard since taking on my role here at the City of Bloomington is that Bloomington is an outlier in that housing developments get done here, and that we have a process and we have requirements that are feasible to comply with, that don't restrain the financial viability of housing developments. And so not only are we able to get developments going, but we're able to have these affordable units included within those developments. So at least from my perspective, since starting my role, the feedback from developers is that we're doing something right.
Council, additional questions? I see none. Thank you, Mr. Niemeyer. Don't go away. We're going to open the public hearing here, and we'll see if additional questions come up. So we are going to open the public hearing now on item 4.1. This is our public hearing regarding our Opportunity Housing Ordinance amendments. Would anyone like to speak to item 4.1? Anyone here in the chambers? Good evening.
Thank you. Kathy Bennett. I am the Executive Director of the Twin Cities Housing Alliance. The Twin Cities Housing Alliance is a collaborative network dedicated to addressing the housing challenges and strengthening community vitality in the Twin Cities region. We are a network of over 80 experienced housing professionals who advocate for creating more affordable, equitable, economically vital, and environmentally sustainable housing in the Twin Cities region. Mayor, council members, I want to thank you and your staff for giving us the opportunity to comment on the Bloomington Opportunity Housing Ordinance amendments. Your commitment to increasing housing supply, preserving existing housing options, and protecting those most vulnerable to housing insecurity aligns with TCHA's housing priorities. The city's Opportunity Housing Ordinance has been an effective tool in partnering with the private and nonprofit sector to meet and achieve housing goals. We value the city's recognition that financing housing and including affordability within new developments requires a public-private partnership. Based upon our review of the Opportunity Housing Amendments, we have the following comments. The first is in regards to parking, the 9.19 section. The updates are an improvement to the prior plan. However, I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't mention that many cities are moving towards loosening parking requirements for new developments and partnering with the developer to determine the level of parking needed based upon the specific unit mix, access to transportation, and the type of user. So for instance, senior housing may require more parking versus just 1 and 2 unit developments. And I will note, and I've heard this from many of our developers, that they will never underpark a development because if they can't lease it, they can't make money. Also, they are scrutinized specifically by their capital partners, banks, and institutional lenders that really take a look at those parking requirements. But specifically with the Bloomington Opportunity Housing Ordinance, the highest incentive that is allowed is the 45% reduction, which amounts to, in our estimation, a 1.1 stall for two bedroom units or more. The percentage reduction should be higher, particularly for very low income housing project in areas with transit availability. So at a minimum, building more than one-to-one is compared to other cities who have reduced parking requirements is something that maybe you would look to overall in your zoning ordinance. Requiring a parking study and having full discretion regardless of the study results in addition is an added cost to the project. And if it comes in at a period of time when the financial metrics are already done, it can be an added cost that isn't seen initially. However, increasing that requirement at or above over 30% from the 10% is a positive adjustment, and we appreciate that. The second item is item 9.23, the storage space reduction. Overall, requiring storage space artificially adds cost of new housing with little to no public benefit. If this requirement was eliminated entirely, it would be an easy way to lower the cost of housing in the city overall. No development is going to be able to fund 20% of units at 30% area median income through a reduction of storage space requirements. As an example, the gap for building a 30% area median unit averages between $200,000 and $250,000 per unit. The cost of a storage unit is approximately $5,000 per unit. Therefore, the reduction of 50 storage units might offset the gap of only one 30% area median unit. In addition, based upon market expertise, only 5 to 10% of tenants utilize these external storage spaces. Most developers do not include the external storage spaces, but ensure that there is adequate in-unit storage and that there is a shared storage space for larger items with a lock and key. The next item is item 9.25, the removal of the development fee reimbursement. Reimbursement of all or a portion of the development fee is a good source of funds to offset the cost of adding affordable units. Removing this as a tool works against the stated goal of the ordinance. We encourage the city to add the benefit back into the ordinance and determine where the cost would come from internally to ensure that it is equitable within the overall city budget. We applaud you for increasing the desire for more 30% area units. However, these changes in the Opportunity Housing Ordinance will not move the needle. The city would be better served if they identified sources of funding outside the incentives provided by the OHO to offset the capital and operational costs of building more 30% units. In addition, specifically partnering with nonprofit housing providers to develop and serve the 30% area median population would be more advantageous to the city overall in achieving its goals. There are two key issues related to providing 30% area median income units. One is the funding gap. For a 30% area median unit is meaningfully more cost than a 60% area median unit, and therefore requires more funding and tools to offset that gap. These updates are minimal and do not provide those added funding tools. The second is the cost to add on-site services. 30% area median units usually require on-site services, which adds operational expenses and are generally outside the need and expertise of most market rate operators.
I'm appreciating your comments here, and I do appreciate them. We're at their 5-minute mark.
Oh,
for your
sorry.
your
I apologize.
No, not a problem. We actually let you slip over the top there a bit because I appreciate the input that you're able to provide from the development community.
Yep, I apologize.
So.
I only have one other comment, and that is that we absolutely support conducting an updated market feasibility study. And there are specific reasons for that. One, because of the change in the market, and also because of the desire to increase those 30% area median incomes. We appreciate your partnership and look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you
much. Anyone else wish to speak this evening? Good evening. Welcome.
Good evening. Julian Bergerson. Good evening, Mayor, council members, city staff. I'm a resident of District 4, also named the Gateway District, and I'm here to comment on the Opportunity Housing Ordinance. Actually, I have more questions than I do comments. So first of all, I would like a true definition of what opportunity housing is, because as I looked through the documentation and the ordinance, it only talked about rentals. Okay, so high density rentals. So if you're looking at equitable housing, where is condos, senior living, owner-occupied homes? And other types of housing in the city, twin homes, that kind of thing. Also, I didn't see any information on limit on height, number of occupants, limit on a number of vehicles, parking, will it fit in the neighborhood? And are you taking the known data and statistics that the senior population in this city and in this country is increasing? Or are you planning to ignore older adults' needs and, that they're not going to be biking and walking everywhere in the middle of winter, which normally is 6 months here? So I also note in section 9.27 that the Gateway District is being deprioritized, and it's throughout the whole city now. So I just want residents to take note of this, that on the west side, dense housing may be coming to you soon. And then also, why is the city so completely uncommitted to the Gateway District? Are you not ensuring the livability and viability of this part of the city? Do you wish it to become a dump? It hasn't been revitalized for, all of these years. My next question is, the next time my neighbor sells a home on my street, do I need to be concerned that a single-family home is going to be raised and a multi-unit structure put in its place? In a January 7th, 2024 email exchange with you, Mr. Mua, about the lot split on Columbus Avenue South, you replied like this: if I've learned anything in my short time in council, it is that city is a living, breathing organism, just like you and me, and just like you and me, it is going to grow and change again. In 5, 10, 100 years, the city won't look anything like you or I remember. Now, how is it going to change so much in 5 years that I won't recognize it, that we won't recognize it? I see that I have 1 minute and 30 seconds, but I'm going to ask for the additional two minutes if I need it, like the previous presenter. Thank you.
That would be fine, Julie.
Thank you. And then I just have something to say about this opportunity. The last time I attended a listening session, I wasn't allowed to have a conversation with you about a topic on the agenda, but because it violated a rule that I was not allowed to speak at a listening session because it's a public comment. Okay, and you, Mr. Bussey, Mayor Bussey, promised that there would be an opportunity for back and forth with council members and me, which never happened. Prior to listening sessions.
I just need to ask you, because this is a legal proceeding here. A public hearing is a legal proceeding, and the comments need to be regarding what we're talking about here on the legal proceeding. So, do your comments tonight, right here, do they have to do with the opportunity housing?
A point of order. As a voting resident and member of the community, point of order, that prior to the listening sessions were instituted, that you specifically said that we are not going to engage in a back and forth. So you want it both ways.
the listening sessions are
The
set up
listening
for a
sed-
back and
right.
forth. Public hearings like this, what we do is we take public comment on what we're talking about, and then we answer questions at the end, and then the council discusses it. That's how this works. That's how this is a public hearing. There are legal requirements around what we can do in a public hearing, and one of those requirements is that we stick to the subject that we're having the public hearing on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Others who wish to speak? Ms. Manderscheid, is there anyone on the phone wishing to speak?
Mayor and members, I do not believe that there are any people calling in for the hearing. It looks to me like it's just staff.
Very good. Last call for anybody in the chambers wishing to speak to item 4.1 tonight, our public hearing on our Opportunity Housing Ordinance amendments. Council, no one coming forward, no one on the phone wishing to speak. I would look for a motion to close the public hearing on the Opportunity Housing Ordinance amendments.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Lohman, second by Councilmember Mua to close the public hearing on item 4.1. No further council discussion on this. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 7-0, closing the public hearing on item 4.1. We had a number of questions asked, and either Mr. Niemeyer or Mr. Verbrugge, I think we could go through some of these. I think there were questions and there were opinions as well regarding the elimination of the storage space. I'm wondering what the discussion was regarding that, as opposed to just the reduction of the storage space. Council, I think we need to have the conversation regarding the development fee reimbursement removal and where that stands. Officially, the definition of the Opportunity Housing Ordinance, which I think I understand, it was basically a work off of, rather than an affordable housing ordinance, we call it an Opportunity Housing Ordinance. I mean, I think that's what it was. Perhaps either you, Mr. Niemeyer, or Mr. Verbrugge discuss the condos, the senior living facilities, the owner occupied, and so on, and other questions there. So, Mr. Niemeyer, could you start?
Mayor, council members, thank you. If I may respond to the commenter first. So the ordinance does define an opportunity housing unit. As just mentioned, it's a unit affordable at 60% AMI or less, and you'll see, well, if we went to the rent slide, you could see what that actually looks like financially. The OHO does have requirements for for ownership projects as well. It is not an ordinance that only applies to rental developments. The same requirements would be required for a development that is purely ownership. However, the affordable level wouldn't be that 60% AMI, it would be the 80% AMI, and that's only for ownership projects. So if a project were to come forward that's a condo project that's 20 units or more, 9% of those units would need to be affordable at the 80% AMI level. In terms of the topic on limiting height, parking, or fit for the neighborhood, those requirements would come into play under our zoning ordinance. So that would be our planning division. So all developments that come to the city go through a planning process where our staff look at what the existing zoning requirements are for that parcel, and that would include requirements such as height, parking, and you could consider what the surrounding neighborhood is likely impacting what the zoning and land use for that parcel are. There was a question on senior buildings, the necessity to provide housing for seniors, and I'll just mention some of the housing projects under construction highlighted in this table. Oxborough Heights is a 100% affordable development exclusively for senior renters. Recently completed is the Riser development, also 100% for seniors, but that project did take the 9% at 60% AMI compliance option, but that's a completely senior building. And then not on this list, but one that's been discussed frequently recently is that 700 American development. That's also completely seniors, for seniors, and affordable at the 50% AMI level, as well as 30% AMI level, 8 units at that level, and then a few units at the 60% AMI level. So not only do we need housing for seniors in the community, we also need affordable housing, because it's not the case that people will be able to rent a market rate unit. I also would mention that for these senior developments, oftentimes especially the affordable ones, so think Oxborough Heights and 700 American, they'll be going for funding from the state, the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit Program, which provides incentives if projects are delivered with transit access. So I'm thinking specifically of 700 American up on American Boulevard, West American Boulevard. They have access to Metro Transit busing. So hopefully seniors can get access to their needs, as well as some walkability in that area to access commercial nodes and whatnot. And then finally, in terms of that commitment to the Gateway District, I would mention some of the items mentioned earlier tonight. The Port Authority is our body that's emphasizing revitalization of commercial nodes, and I do believe that there are some identified nodes within that Gateway District. As we work on the expansion of the Port Authority, that's going citywide. So we aren't wanting to favor the Gateway District necessarily, but rather to benefit all members of the community. So those are the items.
I would also add, in addition to the Opportunity Housing Ordinance, which you talked about, and the provisions in there for owner-occupied, I know that our Housing and Redevelopment Authority was recently awarded $3.2 million to build 27 affordable owner-occupied single-family homes. And I think that project is just getting underway and just getting started as well. And condos, nobody's building condos anywhere anymore for any amount of money. Did I miss any questions, Councilmember Lohman?
I just wanted to just be sure that we're clear that when we talk about the gateway that's in the OHO, that's the same geographical area that the commenter was talking about. I just wanted to just be sure we're crystal clear about what area we're talking about.
Mayor, council members, so I'm trying to picture it in my head. I believe that the Gateway District is from, it's that Penn American intersection across to the road that borders the Mall of America and down to a southbounding road. So it's a geographical square, so kind of to the west of the Mall of America and bounded by Penn. That's the geographic area that is in references in our ordinance. That's what that is.
And then I just wanted to be sure with that, when we talked about the deprioritization about that, I know I've seen at some point maps of where we have most of our affordable housing and NOAA pieces across the city, and where the concentration of that is. And so I just wanted to be sure that we're clear about, this idea, and you said it earlier, but I just want to be sure we're really clear about that this is an ordinance not just for one district of the city, but this is for the entire city, this whole ordinance, right?
Mayor, council members, correct. And I thank you for mentioning that. It also brings up one of the objectives and requirements of the Opportunity Housing Ordinance is dispersion of opportunity housing units. So not to create a scenario where all of those units are developed in just one area, so that rather that there's an opportunity for people to live in these affordable units across the community. So I think that this change does align with that objective as well.
Councilmember Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. So I thought we had a map on our website that that showed where all of the different developments have happened. I'm not pulling it up quickly because we have a lot of interactive maps now, which are great. So, but I am curious from your perspective, as you think about that map, how would you describe the dispersion at this point? Like, have they been dispersed across the city? I know in South Loop by the Mall of America, there's been more opportunity for development because of just space in general. But would you say that it's been pretty dispersed, or with the exception of South Loop, would you say it's actually being concentrated elsewhere?
Mayor and council members, I can picture that map in my head. I would, if broadly looking at it, it would be dispersed. However, that southwestern portion of Bloomington that the commentary does identified, I wouldn't say that that's an area that has received opportunity housing units. But broadly, thinking of South Loop, there are projects Riser, Carbon 31, Bloomington Meadows North, and Blooming Meadows South are in that general geographic area. In terms of that tight concentration of those units, I think what we as staff have been successful in doing is in scenarios where developers are proposing 100% affordable units side by side, two separate developers, we are encouraging developers to instead deliver a mixed income development. So rather than have that scenario where developments are strictly affordable,
Yep.
that there is at least a mix of income.
Yep. So they have been dispersed across the city already, and I do think we've done a very good job of when it's mixed, when it's not 100% affordable, that they are mostly mixed income buildings. Okay. So this idea that like, oh, we're going to start concentrating on one other side of the city or whatever is not actually factual. Like it's already been dispersed. Okay. Thank you.
Council, additional questions or discussion regarding these amendments to the Opportunity Housing Ordinance this evening? Councilmember Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I guess discussion is where I'd like to start. I actually don't have any questions, so I've been through this a couple times in other groups, but I don't think we're ever going to get a perfect ordinance, and I appreciate that we review it all the time. I really appreciate the feedback we receive from the development community on maybe some areas to continue to look at. In my mind, it's not a reason not to move forward with these changes, but it's a reason to continue the conversation going forward and taking a look at when we look at it again in the future. Part of what I wanted to say, I read a Wall Street Journal article this weekend that talked about in California that they are starting to build some affordable housing units that specifically don't utilize government subsidies because of all the rules attached to it. They drive up the cost, and they had information they were building units for $290,000 versus nearly $600,000 when they use government subsidies. And one of the things that I have been most impressed by the Opportunity Housing Ordinance is that it's not a program like, hey, you want our money? Do all this stuff. It's, hey, we want affordable units. If you can get them, we're going to give you flexibility. We're going to make the rules work for you. We're going to try to get out of your way as long as you're willing to provide what the community needs of a mix of units that are affordable and market rate. And if you look at the numbers, I mean, the numbers show that we're building a lot of market rate units as well. And that's good. Units are units. They're places for people to live that their family can afford at different stages of their life. And so I think this ordinance is great because it reduces those barriers, and I would love to have the staff look at that article and figure out how we can do more of that for even less. I mean, if there's other things, if our development community is seeing barriers because of, their low-income housing tax credit requirements or state requirements on funding, I know some of those come through the Met Council. Let's work with our partners to reduce those barriers and maybe shift their thinking more to the Bloomington way of thinking of we can meet these goals better by maybe providing more incentives and not requirements.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm curious about the payment in lieu section. Do we have a time limit on the establishment of that second property to leverage those funds? Do we have that today?
Mayor, council members, we do have it today, and one of the amendments is just clarifying even more. So as currently written, it's 24 months that they can develop that secondary secondary development and still have access to that payment of fee in lieu. What we're clarifying in the amendment tonight would be that funding at the end of that deadline is released to the city's Affordable Housing Trust Fund for usage on affordable housing activities. So it wasn't completely clear within the ordinance as currently written that doesn't go back.
Right. Okay. So if they don't start or at least bring to the planning commission, a planning department, a proposal for that by 24 months. Essentially, they give up their rights to use that money after 24 months. Okay. Has that been a deterrent? Or, I mean, it doesn't look like it's moved the needle either way, maybe, compared to like how, other places, according to your, background here, have indicated that they use that.
Mayor, council members, so of the last 18 developments that have been proposed since the OHL came into effect, 2 developments are seeking to pay the fee in lieu and assign to a subsequent development. The rest of the developments have proposed or have developed on-site units. So the 2 that I'm referencing are the Ardor, that what you would have seen reflected in that. Right. So they've paid that fee in lieu. It's been received by the city at this point, and we'll now be waiting for them to get their final development plan approval for that subsequent development, which then they would get that access to that funding. And then the other project is Bloomington Central Station Phase 5. They are proposing to use the payment of fee in lieu. In comparison with some of our neighboring communities, we see a lot more developers electing to pay fee in lieu, and it's a bit of a double-edged sword. In one way, the Affordable Housing Trust funds for those communities are quite large, but they're not having the units delivered. So they're not actually getting those new units coming online within their community and having people live in those units. Right. So that's a conflict.
Yeah, right. Okay. I don't know how that necessarily relates, Mr. Mayor, to the question of dev fee reimbursement, because my understanding is that if we did do dev fee reimbursement, it would come out of the Opportunity Housing Trust Fund. And so I'm just curious. I know we wanted to have a discussion about the dev fee reimbursement and the removal of that. I'm not sure where to go with that, but I'm curious what your thoughts might be, or the council's thoughts might be on that, knowing that they have not in a bad way, but just a contradictory effect on each other, right? If we don't do pay in lieu, then people don't put money into the trust fund. And then if we offer reimbursement, then they take money out of the trust fund, but we didn't put any money into the trust fund through pay in lieu, so we're putting it in through something else. And we did have a couple of questions last week when they were doing the Just Deeds and Beyond program. I had a constituent come up and talk about, how are tax dollars being used to fund the opportunity or the affordable housing work that we're doing. And so I think a discussion about that together is probably a good thing for us to consider as we vote on whether or not to change and or move these things up or down, so that we can continue, number one, to fund the trust fund, and 2, that we are offering the right incentives for people to continue to build the houses.
Agreed, council member, and I think you're right. After having gone through the HRA, the Planning Commission, the Port Authority, and so on, I think we're to a point here where what we have in front of us, I'm comfortable with. But yes, as we embrace this as a living document, that's a discussion we need to have, and we need to kind of frame it up in the way that you just did. So. Councilmember Lohman?
Well, thank you. 9.25 was my thing I wanted to talk about too, or in addition to that, and I think that I'd like to preserve that for us to have that conversation. So it's been great, a number of councils back, we brought this forward, and I thought at the time when we did it was amazing that we moved this whole ordinance forward. And I still, every time I think about this, Mayor, I'm like, wow, I'm glad that we did that, and it was cutting edge at the time, and we continue this living document, which I believe in, and I believe that this is a progression that's certainly, on its way to doing more and more things for future residents. When we talk about welcoming folks to our community, this is certainly one of those things that's a part of that piece. And so one other comment that I would kind of bring forward, I am very interested in doing that additional study, that staff has brought forward, and I in particular am interested in the examination of affordable housing incentives. we certainly had, one of the comments here that came forward that talked about that, and this idea of affordability, with home ownership, I think is important. How can we be cutting edge with condos? How can we challenge the market to try to find solutions by which to go about doing that? And I'd love to have that be a part of that study if we go down that route and kind of do that. And then just to kind of bring it on home here, one of the things that's interesting is when you look at our community and how it has changed. And I've lived here all my life, and it's amazing. I think back 5, 10, 15 years, and it's amazing the buildings that are no longer there, and the things that have changed since I've been here. And I'm just amazed at what no longer is there, and that is sometimes unsettling, Mayor, when I look back at those things. But I think that's what a growing community does. It's a little bit risky, it's a little bit challenging, but I think that that's what this made this community great in the past, and continue to do greatness in the future. And so when I think about, is the community the way that I saw it when I was a little kid? No. It's totally different, and it's totally changed. In a lot of ways, it's still the same. The same people are here who believe in the things that I believed in when I was there. And for those reasons, I certainly can support this living document living on. 5 years, 10 years, 20 years into the future, I can support that as we do that work. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Mua.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Niemeyer, for being here. I have seen firsthand how the Opportunity Housing Ordinance has impacted residents, having seen a neighbor myself be able to take advantage of this opportunity to move herself and her children out into an apartment where she couldn't do that before. And so I think we've done a lot of great work. I think the piece that I am particularly interested in supporting having a new study is that home ownership piece. I understand there's a lot of legislation that's causing the holdup with condos and townhomes and that kind of development, but whatever we can do, I think, in the city to increase that portion of it makes sense. And I think the thing with this piece and the changes that we're discussing, what it allows us to do is continue to support the market, because there's a clear need in the market for apartments and rentals right now. But as that continues to change and shift, keeping it as a living document allows us to be nimble, to adjust to the changing market needs, and give developers the opportunity to create new housing stock that we haven't had before. And as a proponent of a free market, that's definitely something that I want to continue to see us doing, is allowing that market to determine and tell us what's happening, where we need development. And I saw this firsthand this weekend. I went back home where I grew up, Eau Claire, Wisconsin. I took my kiddos back, and they wanted to visit their grandpa, who's in a cemetery, unfortunately. But that allowed me to drive through downtown Eau Claire. It allowed me to drive through my old neighborhoods. It allowed me to drive through my mom's neighborhood. And it has changed. And I'm only 36 years old. And within the 16 years that I've been away from home, my hometown looks completely different. And I think in 100 years, when I look back, if our city has continued to look exactly the same and nothing has changed, I will be ashamed of the work I've done, because I haven't done anything to impact Bloomington and move us forward. And so I'm fully supportive of the continued updates that we have to this OHO, and looking forward to what else we can do with our development partners.
Thank you, Councilmember. Well, Council, I think, personally, I think this was a strong document when it was put together, and it's just gotten stronger over the years as the changes have been made, as we've learned, and it's evolved and grown, and we've kind of evolved and grown with the work that we're doing. So I think this is a strong document, and won't be surprised when we come back in a year and change it again, and in 2 years and change it again, because that's what strengthens it. And the one thing that always catches my eye as we talk about area median income, the 80% area median income, that's a household making $95,000 a year. And think about that. Or even at 60% AMI, it's a household making almost $75,000 a year. Those are our first-year cops, basically. And to look at this in that way, that we're basically providing an opportunity for people who work in Bloomington to live in Bloomington. And that's what we would like to do. Yeah, with home ownership, absolutely. We'd love to have them own a home in Bloomington as well. but this is the opportunity for them to live in Bloomington. And, the notion of, I keep saying it, this is housing that people can afford. Because you talk about affordable housing and all kinds of things comes into all kinds of people's minds about what that means and so on. This is housing that people can afford, and the housing that people who work in our city, who work in a variety of different industries, they can live here now. And so I'm proud of this, and we've done a good job with it. So, Councilmember D'Alessandro?
Just a quick follow-up question, if I can. I should have asked this earlier. I apologize. Do we have in the 18 properties that have been developed since this has been in place, has anybody taken advantage of the development fee reimbursement?
Could you go to the last slide? Mayor and council members, I have a table.
Yeah.
Next slide. Next slide. That shows which incentives each development took. So it looks like line 9.25. So, well, I can't gesture, but so Lindo Flats, development fee reimbursement, solo apartment, that's a proposed development, is proposing to use that. Oxborough Heights, I mentioned before, took that, and 700 American.
Right,
as I
four of them. Yeah, okay. Thank you for that. The reason I'm asking the question is, so if there are a couple on this sheet that are proposed developments like Solo, would us removing 9.25 from the ordinance put them in jeopardy?
Mayor and council members, it might require some, they call it value engineering. They'd take another look at their pro forma and see, are they going to have to cover that change from a different source? It might look like them and us negotiating as private-public partners to see if we can identify another funding source. Maybe that's the Affordable Housing Trust Fund that we discussed, or if that's an external funding source. I wouldn't say that, so this amount, just for your reference, that development fee reimbursement, if they got 100% of a reimbursement, which would be a project that includes, I believe, at least 50% of units affordable at 60% AMI, that's somewhere in the $200,000 range for that, all of those fees. Right. So that's the kind of impact you're looking at with a project, and that project might cost $40 million.
Right. Okay. An open question about whether or not, instead of just eliminating it and potentially putting anything in progress in jeopardy, would we want to put a moratorium on it instead? To say, like, other than what's in flight, we put a moratorium in order to do the study that we were planning to do. Just throwing that out there as an idea.
Mr. Verbrugge, is that doable?
Mr. Mayor, moratorium is actually a legal term of art, and so I'm looking at the city attorney over there to see if it's just for us to say we're going to hold it in abeyance while we consider the policy, as opposed to an actual moratorium. So I don't know.
That's fine. I apologize if I used the wrong terminology, but basically saying anything that's in flight can go ahead, but we're not going to accept anything new for a while until we do this study. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah. So whatever the right legal language is.
Yeah.
Mayor members, we can certainly look into it. Probably more things to think about than we could come up with right here in the moment, but we could get back to you on that.
Okay.
Sort of logistically how we would pull that off in a staff level decision-making process.
Okay. So
yeah, I think that's, Ms. Mandershad, I'm not sure how we would phrase this, other than if we approved all changes except for the change to 9.25, I mean, what would be the best way forward on this to give us that opportunity until we can come up with more formal language, the hold in abeyance language?
Mayor members, I would defer to Kenny. I don't know how intertwined the drafting is. I could look here. Is that going to be a problem?
Mayor and council members, it would just be an adjustment to the amendment, the ordinance resolution document. But I just don't know if we can do that in the meeting in the moment, but that perhaps that's something we could do. I did just want to add that 700 American, when they applied for this development fee reimbursement, at that point we had already expended the sources that could have covered that cost. So as I mentioned, we've worked in partnership with them to cover that cost through the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. So they still have that financial stack that they're needing to make that project flow financially. And then in terms of the solo apartments, they've expressed through their proposed development affordable housing plan that they would seek this reimbursement. However, they haven't reached the stage where they would even be subject to these fees. That project is still in early stages. So I would argue that it wouldn't be put in jeopardy from the removal of this incentive. And then Lindell Flats and Oxborough Heights are developed and under construction respectively.
Mayor, I just did a quick search on the ordinance. I only see one reference to 9.25 in the drafted ordinance. So I think you could craft a motion to adopt the ordinance less, or sans, or I guess English, less the section 9.25 language edits. And then we would have to make the same adjustment to the summary publication resolution probably.
And Council, I don't know if we'd be in favor of doing that, and then we give us time then to straighten out what Councilmember D'Alessandro had been talking about too. Councilmember Lohman?
I'd be very much in favor of doing that. I think that's a wonderful idea. Yep.
Okay. All right.
Would you like me to try and make that proposal,
I
Mr.
would
Mayor?
give you a buck if you did. Yeah, let's see.
Okay. I move to adopt ordinance number, I move to adopt an ordinance amending Chapter 9 of the City Code, excluding amendments to 9.25 related to housing opportunity and preservation.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember D'Alessandro, second by Councilmember Lohman. Councilmember Nelson, question?
Just wondering the funding source of it. I mean, if what I heard is the funding source is no longer available, and so it would presumably somewhere come out of general fund somewhere.
Mr.
which
Verrugi?
was
Thank you,
taxpayers'
Mr. Mayor and council members. Councilmember Nelson, look at Mr. Niemeyer as well, but because it is in the ordinance, doesn't obligate us to provide it. It's obviously part of a negotiation, right? And so I think it's going to be an as available basis, and if it's not available, then there isn't really anything to negotiate. I think the important thing is not taking it off the table while we have additional conversation, and then the council will have time at some point in the future to decide if there are funds that you want to allocate specifically for that purpose. But we're not obligated to provide it if we don't have the funds to support it.
So, if I might, Mayor,
Please.
just to clarify that, so this is not one of those that as long as they meet a certain threshold, they automatically get. There's discretion about whether or not they get it, even if they provided, all 30% AMI units, we'd still have discretion.
Mayor and council members, I would say that's an accurate reading. All of our incentives are considered eligibility based, so that would still have to be approved by, in some cases, the Planning Commission, HRA, and Port Authority may have discretion over which one of those incentives is granted to a development, as well as the City Council. So,
Right.
eligibility.
Mayor,
Thank you
members,
for the clarification. Yeah.
I'll add that the language in the ordinance as it's currently drafted is also permissive. It says the city will consider reimbursing from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. So if there isn't sufficient funds in the trust fund, you wouldn't be able to do that. So it would resolve itself by the language on the books right now too.
Okay. And the funding comes from the trust fund?
Mayor, council members, that's where it taps into. Primarily, and then when that is expended, that's that situation where the HRA or Port Authority would have to cover that cost, and
that's the part that I'm concerned about, is the covering the cost with some type of taxpayer funding, because my understanding is the Housing Trust Fund is based on a loan that is basically paid back by the loans from the Housing Trust Fund, so it's sort of self-revolving in there and not reliant on general tax fund dollars. So as long as I understand it that way, that I can support this. So thank you for clarifying.
And Mr. Mayor,
Member D'Alessandro?
to Councilmember Nelson's point, that was kind of the larger issue I was noting earlier when I said these things kind of payment in lieu and the reimbursement kind of work against each other because they're fighting over the same dollars. And so we do need, I think, to reconcile that. Whether we fund it separately or we choose not to fund it, those are all good questions. Yeah. Okay. Do we feel good about the motion?
So Councilmember D'Alessandro made the motion to adopt the ordinance amending Chapter 9 of the City Code, holding out item 9.25 of the City Code related to housing opportunity and preservation. We're clear on that, and we had a second from Councilmember Lohman. Everybody clear on what we're doing here? Any further discussion, Council? Hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Now, Councilmember D'Alessandro, we need to do summary publication, but we need to make the same
Okay.
same carve-out of 9.25.
Very good.
That, please.
I move to a resolution directing summary publication of the ordinance amending Chapter 9 of the City Code, sans or excluding Section 9.25 related to housing opportunity and preservation.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember D'Alessandro, second by Councilmember Lohman for summary publication, sans item 9.25 in the City Code. No further council discussion on this. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Mr. Niemeyer, thank you very much. Thanks for the presentation. Thank you for helping us get through that. We will move on to our second public hearing of the evening. This is item 4.2. And council, I will look at the clock on the wall and see we're already at 8:20, and we still have a number of items. So I would look at both council and staff and remind them that we've got to get through our work done tonight. So this is a public hearing regarding a vacation of public drainage, utility, sidewalk, and bikeway easements over and across lots 1 and 2, Block 1, South Bluff, Hennepin County, Minnesota. Mr. Keel.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. This is as similar ones in the past, a very routine item, and it's associated with the proposed replatting of 2 residential properties on Overlook Drive. So we're releasing all the easements that are on that property so that it can be replatted, and the appropriate easements will be replatted as part of the new plat. So we're recommending approval.
Council, questions of Mr. Keel this evening? Seeing no council hands going up, you can have a seat, Mr. Keel, but don't go too far. We will open the public hearing on item 4.2 this evening. This is a public hearing regarding the vacation of public drainage, utility, sidewalk, and bikeway easements over and across lots 1 and 2, Block 1, South Bluff, Hennepin County, Minnesota, here in Bloomington. Is there anyone in the council chambers who would wish to speak to item 4.2 this evening? Oh, please, if you have something to say, please come on up. Good evening.
Good evening.
You can sign in when you're done. If you could speak into the microphone, identify yourself so we know who you are.
Thank you,
Go ahead.
Mayor and council members. I'm Cindy Heimerl. And I might be here at the wrong night, but is this regarding on Overlook Drive? The lots 1, 2, and Block 1 South Bluff?
Yes.
That's Overlook Drive.
Yes.
Down, because I have a house on 3115 Overlook Drive, and I'm thinking that it's affecting my property. Am I correct?
My understanding, it's 2 parcels. The 2 parcels are 3011 and 3015 Overlook Drive. And those parcels are owned by one owner who is proposing to replat those 2 parcels into a new configuration. And as part of the platting, this is just releasing easements that are on those 2 parcels. So
Right.
it's only affecting these 2 parcels.
So the house that's on Overlook Drive, there's one white or blue now, and then there's one on the bluff, and then mine is also like on the bluff. I don't know how to explain it.
I can tell you, I'm looking at the map now, and I see
Okay.
your 3115 Overlook Drive.
3115 Overlook Drive.
And the map that I see in front of me, it does not affect 3115 Overlook Drive at all.
Okay, so because I don't quite know what the plan is, like when they talk about the sidewalk, and nobody's told me anything, and the bluff area has been decimated with the trees coming down, and they had encroached on my property. I took care of my dad that had dementia, and so anyways, it's been a long haul and 20 years, and now I finally got ownership of the property, and one of my dad's trees 20 feet over, they had taken the tree down, and it was one of his favorite trees.
I'm sorry,
So-
I don't mean to cut you off, but I
Okay.
can tell you that this easement vacation basically just means that the city no longer will lay claim to this thin strip of land that crosses those 2 properties next to you. Now, what happens to
okay.
it next will be subject to the planning commission and to the city council and so on.
Okay.
And if anything happens, what we do is generally draw a circle, what is it, 500 feet or 750 feet or whatever, and you will get notice of what's going to happen, and I'm assuming you're that close. And so, yes, you will.
I am right there.
Right next door. So you will get notice of the next steps, whatever the plans are.
So there's no
Frankly,
sidewalk going on my property or anything like that, right?
Mr. Keel?
I mean, I'm sorry that I just.
That is correct. What's
okay.
being released here is an easement, which means that the city would have the right to construct the sidewalk. And so we're giving up the right to construct the sidewalk temporarily until this property is replatted, and those rights will be put on the actual plat itself. So in the end, there won't be a drastic difference to what the city's rights are along Overlook Drive. That's not to say we're going to construct anything within those easements, but the rights will be similar to what they are today after the platting is complete.
So when things are being platted, does that mean new homes are coming in, or?
I do not know exactly how it's going to be replatted, but potentially, yes. It would be a reconfiguration of the lot lines, and typically that precedes some type of redevelopment or reconfiguration of houses on those properties.
Okay. Well, I'll have a lot of questions later. You'll
sure
see
you-
me
I'm sure.
again, I'm sure.
Very good. Very good.
So thank you for letting me. I did not understand, so that's why I'm
Well,
here.
I'm glad we can answer your questions for you then. Very
So
good.
thank you, and I'll see you all again.
Very good. Thank you. Is there anyone else in the council chambers who wishes to speak to item 4.2 this evening? Mr. Niemeyer, do we have anyone on the phone wishing to speak to item 4.2?
We only have staff members, so no.
Council, no one in the chambers coming forward, no one on the phone looking to speak to item 4.2? I would look for a motion to close the public hearing on item 4.2.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember D'Alessandro, second by Councilmember Lohman to close the public hearing on item 4.2 this evening. No further council discussion on this. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 7-0, closing the public hearing. Council, any additional questions or discussion on item 4.2 this evening? If not, I would look for action. Councilmember Lohman.
Thank you, Mayor. I will move to adopt an ordinance approving the vacation of the public drainage, utility, sidewalk, bikeway over and across lots 1 and 2, Block 1, south of Bluff, Hennepin County, Minnesota.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Lohman, second by Councilmember Mua to adopt the ordinance as stated for item 4.2 this evening. No further council discussion on this? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Mr. Keel. Appreciate it. That will conclude our hearings, resolutions, and ordinances this evening. Council, we'll move on to item 5, our organizational business. And our first item of organizational business is item 5.1, a resolution for a budget adjustment to transfer strategic priorities funds for the Climate Change, Equity, Mitigation, and Resiliency Plan. Ms. Struss is back with us. Welcome back.
There's going to be a lot of clicking. There's some animation, so. Good evening, everyone. I'm Emma Struss, the City Sustainability Coordinator, and I'm joined by Angie Bagash, the Vice Chair of our Sustainability Commission. The photo we're looking at today, often I cross the street between Public Works and Civic Plaza, and this was taken last summer, and it's not a gray, cloudy day. This is smoke from forest fires. Thank you, Kenny, if you can click. Here's a picture I took last week. Prettier sky, but it was 64 degrees. And I think we can all say that this winter has been different than normal. And why I'm starting this presentation this way is because climate change, we are seeing and feeling it right now. It's not something that's in the future. It's something we're experiencing in our community, right here in this building, and right outside. And although warm temperatures might be nice, it has many impacts for our community, especially thinking about ticks. They don't like, I'm seeing faces that don't look happy. They don't like really cold weather, right? If we don't get those overnight cold temperatures like we normally do, their populations thrive. They carry Lyme's disease. We know that residents are going to have a higher risk this summer playing outside, being outside because of these changes. So keeping that in mind, I wanted to call that out before we start talking about the fact that we don't have a plan that's preparing us for these changes. So a climate plan relates to Bloomington Tomorrow Together with the initiative. Thank you. There we go. Thank you. With the initiative of improved environmental health and specifically looking at reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Our agenda, I recognize we got a lot of things on the full agenda, so in about 10 minutes we're going through what a climate plan is, what our peers are doing, what our own guideline and planning timeline has been for the city, what this plan would accomplish, why are strategic priority funds needed, why this year, the proposed timeline, and the budget request. So what is a climate plan? They vary from community to community, but essentially what it is a key component is understanding the impacts of climate change specifically to our community with the health of residents, the economy, and the environment. It's also looking at ways that we're contributing to the problem of climate change with climate pollution and how to reduce those greenhouse gas emissions and develop strategies and goals around them. And then also increasing the community resiliency. We're talking about wanting to be an enduring and remarkable community. To be able to do that, we need to not only think about preventing this problem, because it's here, we want to prevent the worst of it, but also recognize that we need to put infrastructure and policy into place to protect community members. And then overarching is looking at applying an equity lens, recognizing that we don't want to be causing undue harm to residents and causing harm in one area to solve a problem in another area. So recognizing that we're going to apply that lens to this entire plan. Typical plan sections, they're organized in different ways, but you usually have something that's talking specifically about your community, the impacts, who's most vulnerable to those impacts, and where geographically in the community might you have urban heat islands or increased risk of flooding. You're also looking at opportunities for climate economy, looking at workforce development. Where are there sectors that are growing, such as renewable energy, that we could leverage? Energy, since that tends to be a largest source of greenhouse gas pollution. We have health, safety, and resiliency, parks, trees, and green spaces, taking that carbon out of the air, but also being a resiliency measure to high extreme temperatures. Transportation and land use, solid waste, water, and then usually there's a large list of appendices taking all the studies and research that has been done by the community and drawing that into this overarching plan. As a reminder, the majority of our greenhouse gas emissions come from natural gas and electricity use, followed by transportation and then solid waste. So, thinking about other communities, I know some council members like to compare ourselves to where communities like St. Louis Park are at. We aren't on this list, but many of our peers in the past really 5 years have developed a plan. So this is something that most of the communities that we are working with and engaging with already have this plan. So the question is, why don't we? Back in 2017, Council actually approved a resolution in support of the Paris Agreement that was saying we're working towards those goals of carbon neutrality by 2050, and it actually called out developing a climate action plan prior to 2020. Why didn't we do that? Because Xcel Energy, right after that, reached out to the city and offered to pay for a facilitated process to develop a plan around our largest source of greenhouse gas pollution, energy, followed by transportation. And then that plan took us really through the next 5 years. The position I'm in was developed at the end of 2019. We spent a lot of staff time developing ordinances like large building benchmarking, time of sale energy disclosure. Definitely other work has happened here, but we're really at a place where we have increased staff capacity and need to have a comprehensive document. So what would this plan accomplish? It's a roadmap. So we're looking at summarizing baseline data for all those sectors, being able to identify and prioritize strategies, and then set quantifiable goals so that we're able to track progress. For example, looking at our energy use, we get annual data. We see where we're at currently now and where our current goal of 75% reduction by 2035, and there's a gap. We know that we're not on track to have savings each year to reach that, so we need to be able to have strategies and prioritize resources to get there, and not just for energy, but transportation, solid waste, all of those sectors. It's also a coordination document. We have many divisions in the city, and we have boards and commissions, community members, we have residents, businesses. Everyone really needs to come together to work on this. It's a big task. So being able to prioritize strategies and have everyone on the same page of when we have annual work plans for different departments, knowing what strategies are most important to tackle first allows us to be strategic about using staff resources and city resources to implement the changes we want to see. Also, community engagement is really important. So the last time we had the Energy Action Plan, it's jumping around. Honestly, that process didn't reflect the demographics of the city, and that's been a gap in our climate work to date. We've done some work over the past few years to have listening sessions around energy and transportation, but really there's never been an opportunity for the community to really dive in and say, hey, this is what we're thinking around climate change, this is what we want to see, and inform that conversation along with the data that the city is getting. So this would provide an opportunity for deep community engagement to develop a plan that's going to guide the city that we don't have to date. It also unlocks opportunity for grants. So later tonight, you'll hear about a grant opportunity for climate work. There's a lot of funding that's coming out, which is really exciting, but we need to be able to say, hey, we have a plan to be competitive to get those funds. And right now, we're running out of strategies with our old plan to be able to jump at opportunities and craft a good application. And then also a communication tool. So it's amazing that we've done great plans like the EV infrastructure plan, active transportation plan, our parks plans. You'll always see climate work, and it should be divided up into all of those different areas, but what we're missing is that umbrella that ties all of those plans back together so we're able to communicate to folks, this is where we want to go, this is how this action is working towards that, so that we're all moving together in the same direction instead of having piecemeal actions that it's sometimes hard for the community to see when we get emails, what are we doing around climate change? It's a hard question to answer because it's so spread out, and this document would really make it clear to the community about what we're doing. So why are strategic priority funds needed? As you saw the list of other communities that have done this isn't necessarily a new thing, and for a community our size, being the 4th largest city in the state, it's honestly a hard, I don't think we're going to be competitive for grant funding to say that we're not able to fund a plan like this. And the grants that are coming out for climate plans, it's in a template that's really focused on smaller communities that don't have a full-time staff person to dedicate. And for just the needs of the community and our size, I don't think we can fit Bloomington into a template that's meant for a community of 2,000 people. Also, recognizing budget-wise in the general fund, we have about $150,000 a year to spend on sustainability initiatives, not including staff time. So that goes towards all of our energy program, our water rebates, the work that the Sustainability Commission does. So a plan like this would take up about 2 years of that funding. Why is this the ideal year? We know climate change is already happening, and we need to get going on it. So one, it's time to take action, get a plan in place. 2, last year we were able to hire 2 more staff positions, so we have increased staff capacity, so a plan won't just sit on a shelf waiting for people to implement it. We have more capacity to take on those additional strategies. The proposed timeline is to start in Q2 of 2024, develop an RFP to hire a contractor to do this work, and right away leverage the summer for community engagement. After the community engagement, finalize the plan scope, recognizing we don't want to set everything in stone before we start to engage the community because we might have missed something that's important to include in the plan. To draft the plan, get feedback from all the different boards and commissions in the community at the end of Q2 of 2025, and then look for plan approval. So it's about a year-long process that's being proposed. The budget request, as we discussed back on February 12th, staff did some research and are bringing forward the request of $300,000, but the Sustainability Commission also reviewed this and has comments. So with that, I will pass to Vice Chair Bagash to add reflections from the Sustainability Commission.
Mayor, council members, thank you. When we discussed this, one of the concerns was that we really believe in this plan. We believe this should happen. Obviously, we've put out so much time into our annual work plan focusing around climate change, and we really want to see this through. Our concern was that if we wanted to make sure there was enough money to fund this. And so I don't know how to word this correctly, but we would want to be open for additional funding if possible. We don't want a lack of funds to prevent us from doing this immediately in the right way.
And with that, I will be open for questions, and thank you for your time.
Council questions. Councilmember Rivas.
Yeah, if I may, you mentioned that there are no more federal grants in regards to sustainability, right? I just happened to come back from a beautiful visit to Washington, D.C., and I just opened one of the last sessions that I participated in, and based on the information I got there are grants available for anything related to sustainability in the millions of dollars. So I'm not an expert on that. This is just what I just learned. So, I really would like you to kind of dig more into that since that's your specialty. But as far as I know, there is large amounts of money from the federal government available for any projects related to sustainability, energy, and water, and reforestation, and all of that. So, as the mayor and perhaps Mr. Berbrugge will also testify to that, I guess.
Mr. Mayor, council members, Councilmember Rivas, you may not be an expert, as you said, but you are absolutely correct. There is a lot of grant funding for climate work. To clarify, to have the city get funding to specifically develop a climate plan, there's the lack of opportunity for that. But being able to use that plan to apply for grants around energy, water, urban forestry, there are tons of opportunities coming down the pipeline and are here right now.
Yeah, I guess I think so. Thank you. If I may add, there's also a fund that I can't. It's so much information looking at it on my phone. But there is also one that provides cities. I think we qualify because we're slightly under 100,000 people. That provides funds just for studies to come up with a plan to implement in the future. I don't recall exactly what the name of that is, but there is also one particular fund that I think it was about $250 million available to cities. So that will be an auction also. But again, I can't. I'm not an authority on this stuff, but I was just really interested in that because it's. I expect one of these years to unseat my my fellow council member from that. I'm just kidding on regards to that, but really, please look into that. I think there is money enough in there to pay for a study. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember D'Alessandro.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe, if I heard correctly, what Ms. Struss was saying was, yes, that money is available, but we don't qualify for it because it's targeted towards people who don't have full-time resources to work on climate initiatives, and so we don't qualify for it with the program's requirements. That's what I understood. Am I correct in my understanding? So all of the things you mentioned are true, and I believe they have been researched, if I can say that, right? And there's a reason you're asking for this money because you can't get it from these sources.
Correct.
Okay. But I only say that because these have been around for about 2 years now, and I actually asked that question last year about this time. So,
if I may,
Councilmember Rivas.
The person, one of the top federal government officials said to encourage your cities because nobody is applying for these funds, and they're just sitting there, and they're supposed to be ending on May 31st. Right? That's why I really took it to heart to mention it if I could, because they were specifically put aside so that people could research and put a plan in place for future operation. So that's the only reason I brought it up. But that said, again, like I said, you have been doing this for a long time, and I know our city has been doing a great job trying to get funds and grants from the federal government and the state. So I do understand that part, and I thank you for that.
Thank you.
That's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Council, any additional questions? Councilmember Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think you did a fantastic job justifying why we should support this, and I appreciate you coming to council and talking through this because it had been on a consent agenda, and I know I was one that asked for more discussion, obviously because we did declare a climate emergency, and it is incumbent upon us to really back that up with some substantial planning. I guess one question I have is, I know that the Sustainability Commission feels strongly that it should be around 300,000. Is that comparable to the other planning processes that I know for racial equity it was a lot less than that, but that was years ago and it was during COVID and a much more condensed process. And then we have the port study. I don't know how much that costs. So I'm just kind of trying to get a sense of, is 300? 300 just seems high to me, but I also would be comfortable moving forward with it, and just with the understanding that it may not all be spent, right?
Mr. Brugge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Councilmember Carter, I think that Ms. Strauss can speak more specifically to why we think this is the right amount. I will tell you that the Sustainability Commission actually thought there should be more money allocated for it, right? How it compares to other studies that we've done, I'd have to go back and take a look at what those were. But do you want to maybe real quickly just highlight, why this amount?
Yes. So given the conversations I've had with the different divisions that would be interested in developing sections in this plan, for example, solid waste, we're looking for a lot of detail that hasn't been developed yet in the past. So there are some areas that we're able to draw upon, the active transportation plan to cover that, but there's a lot of new material that we haven't dug into as a city. Also, the focus and emphasis of having meaningful community engagement, especially with frontline community members who are impacted the most by climate change. We recognize that will take resources and honestly doing conversations and engagement in different ways and making sure that we are able to hire the best resources and make sure translation's available and do that in a meaningful way instead of just saying, here's a few engagement sessions and we're done. So really the budget is focused on making sure there's enough to do that meaningful engagement piece, but also a lot of the comprehensive details that are going to be in each chapter of that plan. It's going to be a big plan, and it's really like plans within this plan that we're working on, which is reflected in the budget.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. And I assume it's a similar process as anything else we kind of put out, right? Like you'll get proposals from multiple consultants, and some might say, hey, it's going to be 280, and some might say it's going to be 300, and they'll have different scopes of work, and you'll be able to make those decisions. Okay, thank you.
Council, anything additional? It sounds to me like just some consensus, some comfort with this throughout the council. So if there is comfort, I'd like to get action on this and move forward. Councilmember Lohman.
Be happy to make the motion, Mayor. I'll move to approve the budget adjustment resolution to transfer $300,000 from the 4200 Strategic Priorities Fund to the 101 General Fund to provide necessary funding for the climate change, equity, mitigation, and resilience plan.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Lohman, second by Councilmember Carter to approve the budget adjustment resolution as stated in item 5.1. No further council discussion on this? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you very much. Move on to item 5.2, which is similar. This is a resolution for a budget adjustment to transfer Strategic Priorities Fund for the Public Health Food Access Plan. And Abdi Khalik Sahal is with us from our Public Health Department. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Let's get this on. All right, wonderful. Hello, everyone, Mayor, council members. My name is Abdi Khalik Sahal, and I work in public health as a statewide health improvement partnership community liaison. The statewide health improvement partnership, aka SHIP, is a program that supports community-driven solutions to expand opportunities for active living, healthy eating, and commercial tobacco-free living. Its main goal is to help all people in Minnesota prevent chronic diseases such as cancer, heart disease, stroke, and type 2 diabetes. SHIP was approved by the Minnesota legislature in 2008 and provides funding to community health boards and tribal governments across the state. It addresses the top 3 leading preventable causes of illnesses and death, which are tobacco use and exposure, poor diet, and a lack of physical activity. Now that you know more about SHIP, because not everyone knows what SHIP is, let's get started on the Food Access Plan. The Food Access Plan is a strategic initiative aimed at reducing barriers our vulnerable residents face when trying to obtain their food needs. This initiative will also examine methods that increase availability of locally grown produce. Ultimately, it's more than just a plan, it's a commitment to our residents' health and future. Our objective is clear: to break down the barriers that prevent our residents from accessing the food they need, whether it's affordability, availability, or knowledge. We're tackling these issues head on. The plan is twofold. We'll conduct a thorough assessment to understand our current landscape. Then we'll use the insights to develop a work plan filled with targeted recommendations and initiatives. We're not working in isolation. The plan aligns with the broader goals of the statewide health improvement partnership, ensuring our efforts are supported by proven strategies to enhance health and prevent disease. The goal is to also have the plan supported by a collaborative network within our city, involving departments like planning, environmental health, sustainability, and public works. Guided by consultants specializing in community food systems, our approach integrates diverse expertise to tackle food security comprehensively. This, though, is about more than food. It's about creating a community where everyone has the opportunity to live their healthiest life. It's about ensuring that the next generation grows up in a city that values and acts on the importance of health. At the heart of our food access plan is the community food assessment, aka the CFA. It's a lens through which we view our community food landscape, seeking to understand the nuances of access, affordability, and availability. CFA is not just an audit, it will be a comprehensive exploration of our food system. It examines how food moves from farm to table and identifies the barriers that prevent our residents from accessing the nutritious food they deserve. Why do we undertake this assessment? The aim is to cultivate a shared understanding among all stakeholders of what our food environment looks like, and to use this collective insight to formulate strategies that make real, lasting improvements. This is a journey we take together. By involving a broad spectrum of our community in this assessment, we ensure that the findings and recommendations reflect the diverse needs and voices of Bloomington. Every perspective is vital to crafting solutions that truly fit our community. Central to our CFA is a guiding question that focuses our efforts. How well are we meeting the food needs of our low-income residents? This question challenges us to look closely at accessibility, affordability, and availability from their viewpoint. It's worth noting that with any study, the findings are limited by the available data, and so it is not a full picture of the food environment across Bloomington. Rather, what emerges from a CFA is a blueprint for action. It provides us with a clearer picture of our current state and path forward, filled with targeted recommendations tailored to our unique community context. Let's take a moment to look back at where we've been. In 2012 and 2013, we embarked on a journey to understand our community's food landscape through a community food assessment. But a lot has changed since then. That initial assessment laid the groundwork for our understanding and response to food insecurity in Bloomington. It was a pivotal moment that brought our community's needs into sharper focus. However, it was constrained by the data available at the time and did not fully explore the institutional food access or nuances of our evolving food environment. Since then, our community has evolved. New economic challenges, demographic shifts, and health concerns have emerged, signaling the need for renewed attention and updated data. According to the Hennepin County SHAPE survey for the south suburbs, diabetes has risen from 5.9% in 2010 to 6.9% in 2022. According to the same survey, obesity has also risen from 19.8% in 2010 to 22.4% in 2022. The rise in food insecurity after COVID benefits ended rose from 12.8 nationwide in 2023 compared to 10.5 in 2022, according to the USDA. The rise in obesity and chronic diseases, not just nationally, but right here in our own backyard, underscores the urgency of our mission. These are not just statistics, they are stories of our neighbors, friends, and families. To craft effective solutions, we must base our strategies on the most current information. We need to understand the unique barriers that our residents face today, not just those we identified years ago. This isn't just about revisiting an old project, it's about recommitting to our community's health with the most accurate, up-to-date information guiding our way. The findings from our previous community food assessment provides us with not only a clearer understanding of the challenges, but also with the roadmap for making meaningful improvements. Here were the key recommendations: enhance communication and engagement, improve healthy food affordability, address accessibility for those with limited mobility, strengthen community food assets, and interagency collaboration and planning. Reflecting on these insights, it's evident that the challenge of ensuring food security is complex and requires a holistic, inclusive approach. While the findings from 10 years ago provide us valuable direction, the world has changed dramatically since then. The COVID-19 pandemic, shifts in economic conditions, and evolving community demographics highlight the urgent need for updated information to guide our actions. As we move toward beginning the transformative initiative of our Food Access Plan, we come to a pivotal moment where this commitment of our council becomes essential. This request from the Strategic Priorities Fund is not just a financial request, it's an opportunity to cultivate an enduring and remarkable community where people want to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Council questions? Councilmember Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. So thank you for bringing this forward. And again, this was on the consent agenda, and I wanted to have more conversation about it publicly. And one of the reasons was because this issue around food access and healthy food access came up during the community-based strategic planning process, and it came up during the racial equity strategic planning process. And so I think it's just really important for people to understand that we do want to move forward with updating this community food assessment. And then, of course, I think everybody knows by now I'm a huge public health supporter. And side note, actually worked on SHIP at MDH when it first launched, so love SHIP. So I guess that kind of leads to my question, because I do know that we do get SHIP funding, and I do know that there was a bunch of new grant money coming into the city. We just heard about it a couple meetings ago. So I guess I'm just curious why we need to use $100,000 worth of strategic priorities funding when there's SHIP funding available and there's other kind of grants coming in. And maybe it's a question for you, or maybe it's a question for Dr. Kelly. So obviously very supportive of moving this forward. I guess I'm just curious on the funding piece. With all of the grant funding coming in, why would we need to use strategic priorities fund?
Right. Well, when I think about Mayor, Councilmember Carter, when I think about that this project is going to be something that's beyond 1 year or 2 year project, it's going to be a multi-year project compared to the initial one we had in 2012, which was about 1 year, and I think it took about $20,000 to do that project with that specific consultant. Taking into account economic conditions, also the fact that this will be a multi-year project, we thought it'd be best to get strategic priority funds to do this work instead of SHIP funding, because that SHIP funding is already allocated to other things in the work plan. The way that SHIP would be putting SHIP funds in this project would be through our staff time, working with technical assistance at the MDH level, and also the resources and guidelines from the implementation guide of SHIP. This would be actually something brought into our own work plan for the next couple of years, but something that we hope that would be in partnership with that with the funding from the Strategic Priorities Fund.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful explanation. And so can you talk just a little bit more about what you mean by like it'll be a multi-year process?
Well, what I'm thinking about this is the previous food access plan, the community food assessment, was only a 1 year. It was 1 year research plan. There wasn't really an extensive view into institutional food access, the food access in schools within the entire Bloomington, and so it wasn't a comprehensive overview of what that food insecurity looks like in Bloomington.
Okay,
And
that's really helpful.
Right. So we're hoping this process becomes a longer process.
Okay, awesome. Well, I am very supportive of it. Again, our community has said it repeatedly that food access and healthy food access challenges are an issue. And so, I think in a community like Bloomington, when I think generally people are like, oh, well, we have grocery stores and, people can have gardens. Like, what's the big deal? I think it's good to do a little bit of a deeper dive and actually look at data and engage community and figure out, what are those challenges and how we can start to address them. So thank you.
Councilmember Lohman and then Councilmember D'Alessandro. Councilmember Lohman.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'm certainly supportive of this, and I'm always I always want to avoid, talking budget, in the middle of a meeting. But that is, to my question too. I'm wondering if this is a multi-year thing. Why haven't we? And maybe this is how we've done it in the past, but why haven't we just built it into our general fund and move that forward? And maybe that's not what we do with health stuff. I know I'm retired from my health committee that I've been on, but and certainly I'm supportive of this. But I'm always trying to figure out a way to make sure we're funding these things on an ongoing basis. If it's something that looks like it's going to continue for several years. In the future.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members, Councilmember Lohman. The planning activity is going to occur over a couple of years. It's not going to become like an ongoing operational expense, and that's why we feel that it is more appropriately funded through strategic priorities.
Councilmember D'Alessandro.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm curious about what we hope to learn through the building of this program's this access plan that we don't know from the many partners that we have in like Veep and others that are in the community right now doing important work around food access. I'm wondering, for example, what information we can get from the state now that we have, free lunch programs and other things like that to understand the impact of that in providing food access, if you will. And is there something that we believe we have to spend this money to get to that we can't get from other sources is my question. And totally good if that's the case. Just wanted to understand, what we think we'll learn doing this work that we couldn't get from those partners. Thanks.
Mayor, council member, this plan we hope to be a more extensive plan than the initial one that came about back in 2012. And we know since then there's been a plethora of different things that happen in the world, from COVID to demographic shifts in this community to economic changes, and this would actually address the gaps that existed in the initial assessment by again focusing on working with schools, working with new partners who are just coming out of working food insecurity during COVID, and really trying to engage those stakeholders alongside our own city staff and planning and public works teams to find out how can we do a collective, collaborative effort in tackling food insecurity. Other organizations are more so doing things with their own organizations. This would be our strategic city plan to do this work.
Councilmember Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. I also just want to respond because as you asked the question and he responded, I was thinking about my time on the Veep board. And it was during that time that Veep did a client survey and discovered that the cost of housing was driving food insecurity in their client population. And so I also think it's an opportunity for us to learn from partners about the other things that might be impacting families and individuals, and like ability to access food, right? So the findings of a food assessment might point to like have more community gardens, but it also might point to something else that we're not expecting that could open up some policy conversations for us as a council too. That was a surprise for me when I was on the Veep board. I mean, it was back in 2017 or 18, right? And so, I guess I wanted to provide that perspective too, that there might be things that come up that we're like, oh wow, like we didn't think that would come out of a community food assessment, but it did. So.
Councilmember Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think the goal of this is laudable, but I'll be honest, I struggle with it because right now we could put $100,000 towards helping provide food for people that are struggling to get that food. There's a huge food shortage and significant demand in our community. There's already a resource, as both two of my councilmember colleagues mentioned, Veep, that does that. They're struggling for funding. We could get food to people with this money, or we could spend it to plan on how to get food to people. We know how to get the food to people. I mean, I think my personal opinion is I think we'd be better off just helping people get the food. And I candidly don't know what planning we need to do that. I think we certainly could learn a couple things, but I don't think we would learn more than the benefit of helping to fund Veep or other organizations in their mission that they're already stretched thin on because of the cost of food and because of the overwhelming demand for it, because of housing, because of coming out of COVID, because of inflation, all of those things. My preference would be to just put the money into helping people get food. So.
Councilmember Carter and then Councilmember Lohman. Councilmember Carter.
You can tell where I have some passion and interest and expertise, right? And I'm sorry, I should let you answer first. I will just say, though, that the role of public health is to address upstream factors to food insecurity, right? There's frontline organizations that meet basic needs for people in crisis or near crisis, but the role of a community food assessment in public health would be to identify what are those things that are driving hunger in our community and what can we do about it versus, so it's like, you know, instead of, I've never heard this council talk about wanting to fund direct service, right? Like to fund VEAP to provide, well, I guess we've done housing, emergency housing assistance, but I guess I've never heard a conversation about us wanting to actually fund hunger relief directly, like VEAP. And so that, personally. So I guess but I wanted to make the distinction that from a public health perspective, like obviously there is the addressing kind of the food insecurity piece, but really the focus of public health is to address upstream factors. So.
Councilmember Lohman.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, and I think that's really a good point, Councilmember Nelson. You raised, you know, hey, $100,000. That's a lot of money. It could buy a lot of food for a lot of people, and I do think that is it's an interesting way of looking at it. And when I first saw this, and I was kind of glad you held this because I was, you know, wondering the same type of thing. You know, but the fact that we are also a health board, and then some of the things that Councilmember Carter talked about, you know, some of this idea of as it's come up in a number of other areas when we look at our strategic priorities. And when we look at our strategic priorities that we've kind of set forth, you know, if we look at this idea of identifying barriers and opportunities and resources for food access, I think what this does, as we look at this from our seats as a health board, how can we create tear down those barriers for future generations as it relates to this food piece. And so that's what I would be looking, you know, from my perspective as a health board member, as this work is being done, you know, across the city. How can we, you know, leverage those partnerships that are out there? You've got VEAP, and you've got, you know, those needs that they have, identifying grants for them. We really have the ability to convene in a way that really no other entity in the city really can kind of do that. And so, while I agree with you in one sense in terms of the short-term needs, you know, obviously, you know, if we cut this in half and did, but I think from a long-term perspective, I would suspect that the investment that we make today will bring back additional grant dollars and other monies that would be identified that are out there, and bring it back to our community and get it to the people that need those dollars. And so I think this is an important investment that we should consider given our status as a health board.
Councilmember Rivas.
Thank you, Mayor. I kind of agree with everybody, but I do have an opinion in regards to it. What are we doing not to just mitigate the problem, but to try to solve the problem in the future? Is this investment just to study the ability to help people for several years, or is there any study being conducted at the same time to eliminate the issue in the future? Because, I mean, to me, if I'm going to work on a problem, I just don't want to put a patch in that hole for a couple of years and study to help people to 20 years or more. The idea would be to remedy the issue. What are we doing to actually help people to get out of that situation? I mean, I know that to a certain extent, if you help people temporarily, some people manage to get out of that situation, but others remaining there. So what are we planning that relates to health, right? Nutrition affects everybody's health. But my question is, what are we exactly planning on doing to eliminate that problem in the future?
Mr. Saul.
Mayor, council member, this plan will not only be a study, it will also be a plan. So the goal would be for us to conduct these studies, to conduct these assessments in the community, into organizations who are doing this work, and then come up with findings and then recommendations to then reduce and eliminate, food insecurity. That's our goal. That'd be our goal, is to plan to go and do that work. In relation to the BTT, another plan would be by 2030 to increase access to locally grown produce for community residents and local nonprofits by 5%. That's our 2030 goal plan also for this work. So this will not be just a study, not be just something that we want to just kind of examine, but really want to, again, give recommendations and findings for this work as well. And to address Councilmember Nelson's comments, I also want to say that I think about that all the time. That work would be, the funding to help direct service is one thing, but with SHIP, we work on something called PSC changes, so policy systems environmental changes, and we try not to do things that are one-time changes. So that funding would be great, and then it would run out. It would not be necessarily sustainable. So the hope for this plan would be something that we can fund in the near future, and then have that be a framework to build off of for the next 10, 20, 30 years. So we then don't have those, insecurity in the community, and for sure reduce disparities across the board in relation to food insecurity. And, Councilmember Carter talked about that this may then examine and highlight and showcase other areas where food insecurity is affecting, whether it be housing, whether it be education, so many different things where students, adults, families are affected via this work. So that's where this plan will be. And then thank you.
All right, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Carter.
I'm ready to make a motion if you would like me to. If there's
Council, any additional questions here? Councilmember Nelson, and then.
Yeah, I appreciate the feedback on my comments. I sincerely do. My question, so we did this about a decade ago, just over a decade ago. What tangible results that we have? Because, I looked at the slide and it says enhanced communication. I'm not aware of any communication that we have with regard to this. Programs to improve health, food for affordability. I'm not aware of anything that we're currently doing with regards to that. Maybe I'm just not seeing it. Improve physical accessibility to food outlets. What changes were made to do that? And that's my concern is, we did this a decade ago. Maybe I'm just missing it, but I don't see the benefits of that plan from before to make those changes so they're sustainable into the future. And so give me some confidence that this will be either I'm missing something or this will be different than that.
Mayor, council member, I will have to cede that over to either Jamie or Dr. Kelly, because I don't know the effects of that food assessment back in 2012, but I know that this would be a hope and a goal to really affect, to fill in the gaps and mitigate whatever findings or recommendations that weren't implemented. But at the end of the day, this would be up to the decision makers. The goal here is to be giving recommendations, showing the findings, initiatives, and then having the decision makers make those goals and make those changes. So,
Dr. Kelly, can you provide any insight for us on steps that were taken as a result of the previous study that was done?
Mayor, council members, Councilmember Nelson. Some of the work that happened after that last assessment was further in deeper partnerships with the school district on nutrition policies and processes. Some of the findings from that work also showed up in the Lindell Avenue retrofit and the conversations about food access. Some of that work went into helping drive conversations with our community development partners about how we can address where we have gaps in grocery stores in our community. And so we saw some success in that in the South Loop, continued work on those things. And so those are some of the things that happened out of that food assessment. This one's going to drive a bit deeper into broader topic areas, which will give us hopefully more policy and system changes that we can implement to drive some of that access work. We also saw an increase in community garden access as part of some of the outcome of this plan too.
Thank you for the information.
Council, unless there are additional comments or questions, Councilmember Carter.
Okay. Okay, I would move to approve the budget adjustment resolution to transfer $100,000 from the 4,200 Strategic Priorities Fund to the 1001 General Fund to provide necessary funding for the Public Health Food Access Plan.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Carter, second by Councilmember Lohman to approve the budget adjustment resolution as described in item 5.2. No further council discussion on this? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-2 with Councilmember Nelson and Councilmember Rivas voting no. Thank you very much. Moving on, Council, to item 5.3. This is consideration of our park maintenance and operations plan. And we've got Dave Hansen, and we got all kinds of folks here. I thought it was just Dave. And Katri, our Parks and Rec Director, is here. It does take a village. Good evening, welcome.
Thank you very much, Mayor, members of the council. Just a really quick introduction for me. As you all remember, in 2021, the City Council approved the Park System Master Plan. This is the next really big step out of the Park System Master Plan, and it's going to significantly impact how the park maintenance team does their work moving forward and how we're going to maintain the parks moving forward. So I would like to introduce Leon Younger, the president of Pros Consulting, and obviously you know Dave Hansen and PJ Skusa from our park maintenance team.
Okay. Good evening.
We have the clicker. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I appreciate the opportunity to share with you the final Park and Recreation Maintenance Management Plan. Dave's going to start and just kind of do an overview of the process and what we were involved in, and then I'll pick it up.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for taking the time tonight to let us present the plan that we've been developing for more than 2 years, probably. Started out as a staff-led micro business within park maintenance, where we engaged park and rec staff. That's when we were separate. We were part of Public Works at that time. So we involved staff from park and recreation, staff from engineering, staff from fleet, and we took a real deep look at what we were doing. Really looked under the hood at the services that we were delivering and, frankly, where we were coming short. We realized that this was bigger than we were going to be able to accomplish on our own. So we brought Leon in. He worked on the Park System Master Plan and already had got to know us a little bit. He took a closer look at our operation. He interviewed staff and asked them about job satisfaction, organizational structure. Do they have the resources that they need to get their work done? And what kinds of things could they do to make it a better department? From then, we moved on under Leon's guidance, and I'll let him take over.
Well, part of the work really follows the CAPRA standards for NRPA, which is which I know that the department is moving forward to try to actually accomplish that. There's over 10,000 park systems in the United States, and there's only a little over 300 of those are actually certified, CAPRA certified, and it's one of the goals of ANS to basically do this, and so this follows that process. Within that, we also followed the mission and vision of the master plan that you all approved 3 years ago, and we wanted to build the maintenance management plan around that. So part of that really looked at the philosophy of maintenance, which really was to maximize the value of the experience in all of your facilities. And you have a very strong park system for the size of the city you have in relationship to the amount of land you have, as well as the amount of amenities that you provide people and the type of experiences that you had. And I think the whole goal here was to basically maximize the efficiency of the department, but also to really calculate what that looked like. And so part of our presentation tonight is actually to share with you the calculations of what it takes to take care of an acre of property, or what it takes care of a mile of trail, what it takes to take care of a competitive sports field, what every element of what goes on in parks and recreation, there's a standard that's been established for it. And when you look at your system right now, especially when you look at it on a per acre basis as well as when you look at the total system. Obviously, you have a lot of open space areas, but still for the size of the city, what you've accomplished here is fantastic, and it's really quite frankly, better than 99% of the people that are in this country that have this size of community with this size of park system. So the real weakness of the system your voters just approved was actually to have indoor space. And that's really going to change the balance of the park system to be able to have the kind of ability to deliver on a community facility that you all have approved. So we just went through this process with Dave and their team and just calculated everything that they did. The staff was part of the process, and they actually created collectively together all of the costs that are associated with that. So PJ, do you want to share your handout?
Sure. So, give you guys a copy?
Yeah. We'd like to give you a copy just to give you a demonstration of what this looks like. Because I think it's until you see it, you really don't realize how the park system basically is developed. And by doing this, we identify what a level 1 maintenance mode is, which is the highest level of care for parks. Then we went to a level 2 maintenance mode, which basically is pretty much about, I would say 60 to 70% of your system is in a level 2, which really is a very good level of care. And then a level 3 is more of your typical open space, natural areas, and how you maintain and operate those. And those were all calculated through this process. So as you know, you have 97 parks. This basically counts for a care of 1,571 acres. And that the recognition for why we did this is to accurately account for how many hours does it take to meet the standards that we've established. Not guess, but actually account for it. And so part of our work was to demonstrate that, and what we identified we were really pretty good in terms of where we thought, but the staff will be actually checking against that this whole summer based on what they're doing. I'm going to turn this over to Dave now.
Sure. Okay. Where are we at here?
Keep going.
Got a couple slides to catch up on.
Yeah, there you go. These are what's in front of you is all of the functions that the park system has, and these are standards for every one of these functions. Okay?
Yep.
You can keep going.
So we looked at, do you cover all this?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. I'm waiting for the snow slides. There we go. So snow plowing has been, and we anticipate it will be in the future, part of our role. I won't spend a ton of time on this. You guys have heard all this before. But park maintenance has 33 plow routes. We all have plow responsibilities. It's a big deal of what we normally do during the winter. We talk a little bit about sidewalks and the priorities here. We're going to come back at a later date and talk more in depth about sidewalk plowing. But we do 270 miles divided into 10 routes. We try and prioritize them because we cannot do them all at once. So we work through them in a system.
Again, just creating standards for everything that the department manages.
Correct.
Okay. Now, PJ, want to come up?
Here we go. Yeah. So, introduce PJ Scusa. He is one of our park maintenance supervisors, and among the other contributions to this plan, PJ is the organizer of data. So, why don't I talk about this slide, and then you can talk about the sheets you just handed out. So, concurrent to this project, we have done a comprehensive asset management inventory of all of our parks, and that was done with GIS. So this map is a reflection of that. That's a map of Valley View. You can see different colors and different shapes. We put this up here to show you that behind these shapes and every one of those different colors with a number is the data that you're holding in your hand. The first one is the landscape form. So that's a worksheet of system-wide information that talks about the parent asset, the activity we do, and then, like Leon said, the unit costs per hour for everything that we do. And the frequencies, 1, 2, and 3, and the labor and the hours, so.
I think I could just add to that a little bit. This was a map that when we went through it with myself and staff members of what we thought it took to do the work that we do at each one of these and how we, from our maintenance experience, would rate those certain areas of the fields. And we know that, like, even Red Haddock's baseball field, one of our best baseball fields in the whole city, from a maintenance standpoint, could still be improved by certain maintenance activities we do. But this gives us a tool to be able to say, yes, we can do those things, but this is what it's going to cost, and this is the amount of time it's going to take to do that. So it gives us a better tool to be able to talk with you folks and others to say that, yes, we can do more, and this is what it will take. When before it was just like, yeah, we just need more staff or we need more people, but like we couldn't really quantitatively show why. It was always from a qualitative perspective. So this is a tool that should help us do that. And then just to highlight here, this first sheet, this is just looking at a tiny piece of a very large spreadsheet with all of the different assets in our whole park system and what we do to them and how much time it takes to do those things. And again, all of these sheets, if we printed off all of them today, it would have been like 50 pages of paper just for Valley View Park. So it's extensive. For every single polygon that's up there, there's multiple levels. So
Ask them if they have any questions.
do you guys have any questions on that?
Any questions, council, so far? You guys are killing it so far. We're good for questions.
All right.
Okay. Go on.
So anyway, one part of the things we want to do is also incorporate key performance indicators so that you can measure what the impacts of their work is. That includes staffing and equipment costs associated with it and whether they met the standard that they thought they were going to meet. And this way, if there needs to be adjustment, which we recognize there will probably be some adjustments basically to hit the standards that they actually have, but we've calculated all on a staff level in terms of number of hours. So these indicators look at customer satisfaction levels met, meeting the maintenance standards at least at 90%, based on what was been developed, and then making sure that vandalism is addressed within 48 hours, and that each amenity should be tracked on a yearly condition basis, especially for life cycle replacement schedules, so that they can keep up with what they already own, and have a plan for how to deal with it when it needs to be replaced. The other thing we talked about with the staff is we did a functional organizational structure that looked at what is the cost to take care of the entire park system in hours. And so we evaluated every aspect of the things that they manage, and we put our staff hours associated with it and came up with the total hours of the park system as well. Now the goal is basically to break it down into what should be full-time, part-time, seasonal, or what could be contracted, depending on how the park system operates. And in the process of doing that, functional organizational chart will actually move to a person chart that is assigned all of these different components. We built the plan around 1,650 hours, even though they're paid 2,080 hours. It's important to recognize that there's vacation time, holidays time, and sick leave time, that those hours are removed from the 2,080 because they're not available. And so we've changed that to reflect that in the plan, so it's accurate hours that's really available, okay?
Org chart, I can get this one.
Yep.
So one of the early outcome or findings that Leon noticed about our department was we had 2 supervisors, 26 employees, 40-some seasonals, created kind of an unusual span of control where that level of supervisory support was not enough to take care of those employees. So we developed this functional organization chart and have developed reclassifications for 5 positions to be lead workers on the crew. So they will be frontline supervisors, still participating in work, but organizing and supporting the crews on a daily basis and reporting back to a supervisor. You can see how We've broken down the hours beneath each one of those functional, those job functions, and the amount of staff that we currently apply to that. This will be a big change for some of our parks and some of the things that we do. A lot of our parks are maintained through this kind of approach, where we have a mow crew and we have a tree crew. We also have some sites. And we have, at that site, we have staff that do everything. We're going to step away from that and go towards the functional model, where you'll have a team of experts come in and take care of a certain segment of maintenance and another one, and they'll be able to get in and out of there quicker with the expertise and all the equipment that they need.
So basically, that's our plan, and the staff has been great to work with, and I think that they've learned a lot through the process, and I think that this will make the park system not only better in terms of the experiences that they provide to the public, but also the efficiency of the system.
Thank you for the presentation. Thanks for the information.
Yep.
Also, questions, reactions, thoughts on this? Councilmember Mua.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you so much for bringing this forward. I find it really exciting to actually know what we're doing, whereas before we were kind of just guessing, right? Exactly what you're saying. Like, I think we're doing this. I think this is how much it's going to cost. So having this actual information, I think, helps us really dig into it. My questions are with the staffing and the hours that we've determined now. Do we have enough staffing to do that? And if we don't, is there a certain prioritization that we're putting into place to manage the work that needs to get done on a yearly basis? Yeah. We feel we are short-staffed. Over years and years and years of incremental scope creep that we've agreed to, we find our shelves spread way too thin. We know a lot of the standards that we put into this plan have been commented as inadequate through staff or community engagement with the Park System Master Plan, and that is that a higher level of maintenance is desired in our parks. Have we totally quantified that yet? No.
But we
have some benchmarking.
We have benchmarks and data that we think what it's going to cost, but we recognize until you test it that we know that the staff will come back to you and say this is how many hours short and what those hours look like. Either will that be full-time people or will that be seasonal people or part-time people? That hasn't been decided, but in my mind, you're probably short. But the staff wants to test it, and we see where you are now. Okay.
Councilmember D'Alessandro.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hi. Nice to see you folks. Thanks for being here. Related question to that. Is there an understanding, as you think about bringing this back to, I don't know if you have to bring it back to us, but I assume you will with the funding requirements and other recommendations for staffing, et cetera. The impact of, so let's say, we can't meet all of these needs with your proposed labor. We can't meet that. What is the how do we measure the impact of that? How does this plan get revised? I'll say downward, if you will, in terms of level of expectation, and then in terms of communicating that out to people, regardless of whether we're able to maintain your recommendations or downgrade them. What do we think the communications process needs to be for folks in order for them to understand what that means to them in terms of what their local park, the one they care about, right, is going to look like going forward? How do we have a plan for addressing that?
Okay. Thank you for the question, Councilmember D'Alessandro, Mayor. Two-part question, I'm guessing. So one is, how are we going to reflect on this? And we talk about reflecting on it annually. A lot of the data that we're collecting is summer work. Mm-hmm. And so we'll spend time in the winter reflecting on that, analyzing it, and making sure that it's accurate and adjusting it. We believe firmly that this will get more precise and more accurate the longer we have it. When the second part of your question is how will we communicate that to residents, and I don't know that we have really come up with a plan for how we would do that on a regular basis.
Mr. Mayor, the reason I'm asking that question is, the data, I am a data nerd myself, as you all know, so I'm going to love this and going to be excited to see this in its fruition. Perception is reality for our community, right? And so despite your best efforts to indicate a particular maintenance plan is appropriate for a park, if someone doesn't think that it is, they'll come and ask you about it, right? And so I think it's an important piece of the puzzle here and something to consider as you bring this back and talk about staffing as well as ongoing operations. How we help people understand what it means in layman's terms to say, that this is a level 1 maintenance program, right? Not so much like the mower is out there 3 times a week, which it is, fair enough, but also like what does that mean in terms of what they can expect to their experience to be at the park?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, my thing, and most people, when they get to a point, they'll know very quickly whether they're going to hit that standard or not. And the intent is to have a relationship with the board and the city manager's office, and basically that says, we might need to make these adjustments if we want to keep these standards or change the standards a little bit. And everybody wants more. I don't know anybody that doesn't want more. But so the intent is to basically address it through the budget process as well as expectations of the council.
Councilmember D'Alessandro, Mayor, members of the council, if I could give you one specific example that I think might help. We currently don't maintain any of our athletic fields at a level 1 standard. We are proposing to maintain our ball fields at Valley View, at Dredd, at Gene Kelly at a level 1 standard. At the same time, we are completely changing how our park maintenance team does their work. And we could come before you this evening, and Leon actually has some numbers to say we are this many staff hours short, but we feel a tremendous responsibility to you to be accurate, and we feel that it's important to test this with our new staffing model before we come back to you with that plan. So we're excited to do that work. We're excited to PJ, like we were saying, is our data guy. They're going to be tracking the work that they do over the next year, and we'll be reporting back to the council. Safe to say, from conversations that we've had throughout this process, we feel that we're at least 4 full-time equivalent, and I say full-time equivalent because it's number of staff hours, short to maintain the parks that we were maintaining prior to increasing the standard. So we know that we're short, but we're very excited to see how changing the way that we do our work is going to improve the quality and the way that we do maintenance of the parks.
Mr. Verbrugge?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. First, Councilmember D'Alessandro, I think it's a really good question about how we communicate with our with our constituents who are being served, if based what the expectations are and what happens if we're not meeting the expectations. And I appreciate what Director Katcher just said, because I think it's a good example of how we have over the last several years tried to engage the council in a discussion about what our standards are, and then being really clear about what that means for budget implications. So you'll recall a couple years ago, we did a facility services assessment, and we identified the level at which we wanted to maintain our facilities. There's a lot of conversation about what those maintenance standards had been over the course of time previously, and identified for council, here's how much it's going to cost us from a staff resource to do it. And that every year when we get to budget, then we're framing up what the decision points are for council. This is going to fall in that same category. So one, it's identifying what people can expect in terms of a standard, because we haven't had that before. And then it serves as a policy discussion for council to allocate the appropriate level of resources or have a conversation about whether we want to maintain that standard.
Thanks.
Councilmember Lohman.
Thank you, Mayor. Great work here. But when I kind of look at all of this, I go, okay, so we're gonna, we'll be done with this, not done with this, but we'll be in the process of this a year from now. And the things that I start thinking about when I look at all these numbers is, what the impact is going to be for the resident that's utilizing this service that we provide in the city. And so some questions that arise to me, for example, we've done surveys. We have our yearly surveys, and some of the issues we run into that is seasonality. So, for example, if a big snowstorm happens at a certain period of time, the way that people rate things on that survey really drastically changes, and that's one of the things that I get concerned about when we get ready to do that. So just more so when we do this work, that we're really looking at that survey and trying to find ways in which to try to take some of those elements out of it, so we really kind of know what is happening and occurring, and where we have opportunities to reasonably improve the experience that folks have in our parks. And then, in that same light, in terms of that, the complaint process, I've got a number of things where residents have said to me, hey, I've made a complaint, and I just want to make sure that we have a process in place that is somewhat structured, so that we can, because there could be two extremes, right? There's the one where you don't like the response that I'm giving you, and so you didn't respond. And then on the other hand, it can be, there's a problem going on there, and then it gets lost in the system because we have such a large system that we have to, and that magnitude is really complicated to try to navigate, even just for one person. And so that's just one piece that I'm going to be really kind of keying in on, is that, and I'd like to see that reflected somewhat in the surveys, is that that complaint process in terms of, here we got a problem, how to resolve that. And then finally, since I like to do forecasting, I do a lot with people. I'm curious, from your work that you've done before, are seasonal and FTE or full-time employees, is the productivity the same hour that we're looking at there? Do they accomplish? Are they as productive as, from a policymaker standpoint, we want to get the best bang for our buck. I know seasonality sometimes can be a little bit cheaper, but can we save by investing in more full-time workers in terms of that productivity and training?
It's a good question. We go back and forth on this all the time. It's really how well they're trained. I mean, both full-time and part-time. And the important element of it is obviously everybody wants more full-time staff, but that, you're in what I would consider a cold weather climate where you have a 28-week grow season, where a lot of other areas have, 34, 36, and so we're basing everything on this schedule of 28. But like this year, you didn't have snow events, so you saved a lot of money. And so you're kind of back and forth, but we've had a lot of discussion just on that subject, and part of it is, what is the right balance? And part of this should tell us what that right balance is, because the standards will dictate it. Before, the standards were pretty much driven personality by the people who were at the park and what they felt was most important. This way, the standards across the system should be a lot more consistent. Sorry.
Thank you.
Other questions, Council? Well done. This is big work. This is a lot of work, and I appreciate the time and effort that went into it, and the detail. To know how much time it takes to blow out a backstop is just not something I ever thought about before. So that's impressive that you guys actually consider that kind of thing. I think the biggest challenge in this, and there's going to be many, many, many challenges. One of the biggest challenges in my mind, and council members have mentioned, it's location. I mean, people talk about their park, so it's how close it is to them, and it's recency, what happened most recently. Those are the things that are going to affect how they evaluate level 1, 2, or 3. I mean, it's just going to, and I'm sure you've seen it everywhere, and that's how it all works out. And so I appreciate the challenge that comes with it, and look forward to hearing how you work your way through that, because that's, I think, a biggie for a lot of what we're talking about here.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Council, if there's nothing else on this, I will look for a motion to adopt the park maintenance and operations plan. I will look for a motion. We have a motion by Councilmember D'Alessandro
Second.
and a second by Councilmember Carter to adopt the park maintenance and operations plan. No further council discussion on this? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 7-0. Thank you. Thank you much. Item 5.4 is a discussion, as I mentioned earlier in our meeting, one that we've been talking about a while and have been, I think, massaging and looking for a bit more detail and specifics on it. This is our discussion on prevailing wage and wage theft. And Ms. Manderscheid and Mr. Malik are going to lead us through this.
Correct, Mayor. Thank you. So I am going to start by saying that Amir has done hours, weeks, maybe even months worth of research on this. I have not. I offered to give the presentation and want to be sort of mindful of the hour. We have slotted this in sort of generally for 15 minutes of slides and around 30 minutes of discussion. Obviously, you'll discuss for however long you want, but just to give you a sense, given that it's 9:45, kind of what we're headed towards here. I got just a couple of slides. All right. So we're going to be talking about, next slide here. All right. So for background here, we're here tonight because back at the end of last year, you all asked us during a discussion about a housing project to get back to you to do a couple of things. One, put some language in that particular development agreement, and we did that. There has been some development, a language that has been created to heighten the level of payroll records and copies that have to be submitted to the city. And I don't believe that actual development agreement has been signed yet because it's not at that stage in the process, but the language has been prepared. You also asked us to report back to you on the topic of local prevailing wage and wage theft. So we're going to be talking about those. I thought it would be helpful to start at a very high level and talk, because I think people come at this at a variety of different levels of understanding, and I think that the words really matter that we're using and the terms really matter, and they can get commingled. So I want to just start the conversation with a shared understanding of the terms that we're using. So when we talk about wage theft, that's any time, oops, I got to advance the slide. Anytime the employer does not pay an employee everything that the employee is owed by law. It applies to everybody, and it covers a whole lot of different examples, which I'll get to in the next slide. It's regulated by the state now, and if we adopted, if you had asked us to create a local ordinance, it would be modeled after the state law. And there are cities that have a local wage theft ordinance, Minneapolis and St. Paul in particular. We would have the opportunity to allow our workers to submit complaints locally as opposed to the state. And essentially what you would have is a situation of enhanced local compliance. You could advise us to focus on a particular area, and we'll go through a whole bunch of those common examples. But that is essentially the world of wage theft regulation. So what is wage theft? I gave you some examples on this slide here. Again, it's whenever the worker isn't getting what the worker is owed by law. And I can tell you that Amir and I have looked at a great deal of research and lots of slides and lots of charts and graphs. And women, lower income workers, youth, and BIPOC, people that identify as BIPOC, they do pretty bad when it comes to wage theft, their experience with wage theft. So if you fall into those categories, you're a lower income worker, you're a woman, you're youth, or you're BIPOC, you're going to be much more likely to experience wage theft. I thought for the folks that like visual depictions, I would prepare this document. So the world of wage theft regulation is the blue circle, everything in there, and prevailing wage is within wage theft. Prevailing wage regulations is essentially what we're going to get into next, but it's a smaller subset of the larger world of wage theft regulations. So another term that you hear about is living wage. And living wage isn't easily depicted on that bubbles that we had on the last slide. Living wage is a more general minimum wage. When cities talk about a local living wage, it is essentially like a local minimum wage. It's not prevailing wage, and it is not sort of wage, it's not within the world of wage theft unless you didn't pay somebody the local minimum wage. So living wage is not what we're talking about tonight, but we certainly have information about living wage if you want to talk about it a little bit or to ask us to come back with more information on it. But tonight we're focused on wage theft and prevailing wage. So the difference that is most important for you to take away tonight is that prevailing wage only covers construction workers, construction projects. What prevailing wage, a local prevailing wage does is establish a minimum wage for those construction workers. It's calculated in the state of Minnesota. It's calculated by the Department of Labor, and sometimes they work with the Department of Transportation based on the project. They come up, they survey workers. It is calculated by the wage rate for different types of workers, the work that they're doing, the functional work that they're performing in the county that they're performing that work in. It's a huge document that you reference when you're trying to enforce a local prevailing wage. You go on site and you say who here is, they tell you how many people there are supposed to be doing plumbing. You go on site and you see, is that how many people are doing plumbing? Do they look like they're doing plumbing? That's kind of how it works. And then there is a compliance element for the employers. They have to submit payroll records every 2 weeks, showing who's working on the project, the number of hours, and how much they were paid. There's also, like I mentioned, the site visits would confirm the accuracy of those reports. So that's at the local level. It functions pretty much the same at the federal level. It's just the federal minimum wage, or excuse me, the federal prevailing wage. So if it's a federally funded project, so if it's HUD or like 494, federal construction projects, those are regulated by federal prevailing wage, federal construction projects. I'm looking at Carl to make sure I'm saying all that right. Yep, okay, he's nodding, okay. All right, so local prevailing wage. Several cities around us have a local prevailing wage. They are structured differently. Some of them are structured based on the cost of the project that is happening. And others of them are, and this one in West St. Paul is clicks on when it is a certain amount of city funds that are in the project. So as you can see, there's vastly different amounts here, everything from 2,000 to 300,000, and it's not just our neighboring cities. So it's around the metro a fair amount, and outside of the metro too. So when thinking about thank you. Gosh, I've got thank you. So in thinking about, again, what would be in a local prevailing wage, what sorts of decisions would you all need to make? We would need you to tell us what a project means. When will we have a project that is that will turn on the prevailing wage regulations? Here is a definition from the state law, and is broad, includes lots of things, but there are other definitions in other ordinances. The other thing that we'd want to know is, what do you think should be the definition of city financial assistance that would click on the obligation to comply with a prevailing wage? should it be all of these things? Should it not be all of these things? In some cases, cities don't require prevailing wage when it's just TIF finance. So there are all kinds of different versions of this in different cities. And then the same question would be, and same consideration would apply to the estimated cost of the project. So we had a slide on the previous one that talked about all the various dollar amounts that cities used. And in some cases, they used how much city money was in it. And the city would need to set that. So that's sort of the high-level overview of, look at that fancy transition. That's just to make sure you're awake. The next 3 slides are about 15 or 14 considerations about local prevailing wage. So Amir and I, mostly Amir, read a whole bunch of stuff, a whole bunch of reports from all different perspectives that deal with prevailing wage and look at it from the employer and the employee side, from the worker and the regulator and the employer. And we also met with staff. We met with folks in Parks and Rec, in Public Works, and in Finance, internally in our organization, to talk with them about how would a local prevailing wage ordinance be adapted for our particular types of projects that we have here, the types of experiences that we've had here in the city of Bloomington that so far and moving forward. So with that as the setup, here are some of the things to know about. Local prevailing wages are considered a tool to combat wage theft. And the theory is that if you are a city that requires prevailing wage, that it's likely to deter employers that do not want to comply. So they don't want to do the compliance work because they aren't able to comply, and so they won't participate in bidding for your projects. So it's a sort of deterrent by its function. There are often, in what we're seeing in other cities, heightened labor compliance projects when you're receiving city funds. So if you get city funds, that's often what triggers the need to comply with local prevailing wage. So it's sort of like, if you get our money, then we want you to ensure that you're getting, that we as a city are not having our city money used in a way that is not consistent with what we believe is a reasonable wage for employees to be paid. The other thing that we want you to think about is, again, the definitions, these thresholds that we talked about, and the effective date. These could, however you decide to proceed, could potentially impact some of the large, big projects that we have on our construction horizon. They're going to utilize a lot of workers and contractors. For example, the Community Health and Wellness Center is the one that is on our mind right now most, in that we have a pending timeline. So around the end of April, we have to release the RFP for the construction manager, and we will need to let them know if they are going to be managing a project that uses prevailing wage. So we have some real timelines that are that we'll need some direction on. The other thing to know is that we have ordinances. We have surveyed cities that have ordinances, and we have their opinions on whether theirs is easy to use, whether they like other cities, sort of the lived experience. So Amir has put together a draft ordinance. So we're not starting from ground zero. We have words on paper, and then with the state's ordinance we have for wage theft, we have that already too. So we have got a sort of a running start on a lot of this. So if you did want to turn it on, that would be possible. Okay, number 4, and I'm going to be faster here, sorry. This is a really important one on number 4 here, and there are a lot of projects going on. For example, the fiber installations in all over our city. Staff estimate around 600 workers a day, or something around a lot of workers, and they're not using city funds, and so that won't be. That a prevailing wage with that sort of a trigger won't click on in this environment. They won't be impacted by these requirements. But wage theft, they would be. Potentially, obviously, if that's happening. I'm not suggesting it is. All right, then the last one on this slide is that the general belief is that these types of prevailing wage standards act as a way of protecting construction workers and improving income disparities, facilitating equal pay, the compliance, the reporting, et cetera. All right, thank you. Prevents labor abuses, discourages people from engaging in unlawful conduct. In reviewing the city's mission and BTT, it is consistent with that. There are several initiatives in BTT that prevailing wage would be consistent with. There isn't widespread consensus on whether it increases costs. Some people believe that it will increase costs. Others believe and have reported in peer-reviewed studies that it does not. But there are bidders that have indicated, like often frequent bidders that have indicated that they wouldn't bid if we required this. Some other concerns that staff mentioned is that we have projects that sometimes have only one bidder. They're very specialized projects, and if they're not willing to comply and participate in prevailing wage, then we aren't sure who we would hire for that project, because year over year we've only had one bidder. So there's some concern that we have about that. The other thing that we hear is that some employers already pay what they would pay with prevailing wage, so this would be additional compliance, and they're already paying their workers those levels. All right, the last slide here. I mentioned this one already. There's also research that suggests when you have a local prevailing wage that the government is paying less to support some poverty-type programs, so food stamps, other programs that are related to government-funded poverty, so or poverty alleviation, I guess. So it has the benefit of employers paying more so that the government doesn't have to support households as much. We talked about this. And we also acknowledge the likely need for technical assistance to get some employers ready to comply. So for example, we know of situations and have been told of situations where it's a very small operation, and if the person sort of leaves the roof or leaves the job site, leaves the project site that they're actively working on for their business, they will have to do that in order to file the reports and to do the meetings and whatnot. So we're mindful of that. We're also mindful that there is compliance associated with this. And in the next slide, I talk a little bit about some of those costs. So from the city's perspective, there is a software program that a lot of other entities use. We've figured out what it is and how they use it and how much it costs, and there's the estimates there. We believe that our compliance staff, Amir and Lorpu, would largely take the lead. It's going to be a heavy lift in the opening years because of the launch related items. But it's also important to note that it will impact other departments as well. For example, Public Works, in that we will need their assistance to review and participate in, for example, site visits. And that will be in addition to the work that they're already asked to do for what they do. So just want to be mindful of that. We're not predicting that it will need 3.2 new FTEs or anything like that, but we do know that people are already working full-time, and this would be something additional that we'd be asking them to participate in. We also think that I think we'll need outreach and technical assistance training, as I've mentioned, and we also think that might be able to be housed in our hopefully opening small business center, and perhaps that staff person, in whatever form they are there, might be able to assist with that. So I went through that fast, but these are some of the questions that we hoped that you could help us with and give us some guidance on. And again, we're looking at this through the lens of wage theft first and prevailing wage second. We realize that they're related, but they are two, again, very different things, especially with regard to the regulatory action that needs to be taken. And so we look for some guidance on that. The other, I want to just say what the abbreviations are here. The other idea that we talked about internally was perhaps following the approach that was taken with Earn Sick and Save Time and setting up a task force. We we would like to jump to the level of having them start by looking at our ordinance and perhaps taking in the feedback also from the council discussion. And then we thought that might also be a time where we could do a racial equity impact assessment. We've started it, but we could do it more, a much greater depth during that process. Also finalize the ordinance, also collect feedback on if a particular emphasis was desired, and then seek some definitional clarity on some of these other aspects. So it could form that provide that value. That said, it's going to delay the rollout certainly, and significantly. So just to note that that's the impact for sure of a task force. Obviously, there's benefits as well. The other option, of course, is to do nothing and continue as is. And then I'm sure there's lots of other options too. So with that, Amir and I are ready for questions.
Thank you. Council, questions, comments, thoughts? Councilmember Lohman.
I'll go ahead and get started. Thank you for bringing this. I want to thank staff for bringing this back, and the kind of this introductory kind of conversations. And so, lots of questions to think about. One thing that I am interested to learn a little bit more about is when we talk about work that may not be able to get done because folks won't bid for that. I don't know if that's common in other cities to have that. If that's just a threat or that hasn't been done before, but I just is that something that that Minneapolis experienced or St. Paul experienced with that? So that's a concern that I have if we kind of go down that route, and that would kind of lean me towards a task force type of thing. But could someone help me understand a little bit more about kind of what that means?
So Mayor and members, Carl and Ann are here on purpose, and so they can often answer a lot of these questions if you want to, Mayor, however you want to do it along the way, but they're here on purpose, so feel free to call on them. And Carl suggested he knows the answer to Councilmember Lohman's question.
Mayor, do you want me to answer all these questions, or
let's have Carl answer the question that you came up with first, and then we can nip them off one at a time.
So I think the comment about concern about too short of bidders or not enough people competing for work comes from Public Works. And when we looked at what projects might apply to this might apply to in Public Works, we have a lot of projects, transportation projects, as noted, if they have federal or state monies, we're already doing it on those projects. So that wouldn't be something new. We found that probably the new projects that we would have that this would apply to would be the large building projects, the community health and wellness center, those type of things. But the bulk of them would be in our utilities group. And those are typically very detailed kind of technical contracts, fixing a slaker at the water treatment plant. And there's not a lot of contractors that are fixing slakers at water treatment plants. And so those are the types of projects where we have very limited suppliers or people with that expertise. And that was the concern was if some of those were not to bid, we would have some difficulties.
And I do have, Mayor members, I do have some numbers from Dana in our finance department related to the number of projects we have that would be sort of within the definition of construction project for your, if you want it, and then dollar amounts too, if you want to think about sort of thresholds. One of the things I forgot to mention that we talked about is maybe for the city of Bloomington, maybe a $1 million threshold is the right amount for us based on the sort of large projects that we know we have on the horizon. 175 is often used because that's the municipal competitive bidding threshold in state law. And then the other one that we talked about was 50 because internally that's a delegated authority down to the department level. So those are natural breaks. We wouldn't want to do 375,000, some random number, because that would be much more difficult for us at the city to manage.
And I'll just ask one more other question. I'll let my other colleagues jump in if they want. So then, I appreciate the when we had the wage theft bubble and the prevailing wage internal pink piece there. And so, when we look at, in terms of our strategic priorities, and we talk about, the type of city we're trying to create, and how this is kind of, it seems to be with the prevailing wage, seems to be more, focused on a certain segment of our population, as opposed to, I believe you had the living wage piece, which is kind of maybe in an adjoining bubble with the blue bubble, somewhere with that. Have cities gone down the route of adopting a wage theft piece component with a living wage to try to encompass more segments of the population, and then tie in that prevailing wage?
So Minneapolis and St. Paul, Amir, correct me, nod or give me a signal if I'm off track here, but I believe Minneapolis and St. Paul are the two living wage cities that have local living wage ordinances, and they also have wage theft regulations, correct?
And local minimum wage.
And yes, local minimum wage and wage theft. They also happen to have prevailing wage too, right? Yeah.
So we got all four then, or all?
Three?
Oh.
Yeah.
So living wage, prevailing wage, and wage theft. Okay.
And local minimum wage. Yeah, so.
Additional questions, Council? Councilmember Carter and then Councilmember Mua. Councilmember Carter.
Thank you, Mayor. So I had a question as it relates to wage theft. So you already said that it's state and federal law. So any projects in Bloomington that are getting state or federal funding already have to comply with prevailing wage. Or sorry, no, sorry. I'm getting the two confused. So wage theft is already state law. And so our role would be enhanced enforcement. So what would that look like at the local level for us if the state is responsible for enforcement? And obviously we have kind of this new issue with earn sick and safe time, right? Where now the state we have a state law and we're enforcing locally. So I guess I'm just curious, is there a significant added benefit to having the wage theft component at the local level? Like, would it be worth us spending our time focused on prevailing wage solely?
So, Mayor, members, Amir sits on a couple of task forces and attends lots of. I don't mean to say that he's like doing this all the time, but he's very active in the labor standards world and is very knowledgeable. And he has told me some horrific stories about firsthand accounts that he has heard relayed to the groups about experiences of people on job sites. And they run the gamut, and some of them fall within wage theft. Would local enhanced compliance make a difference? Probably. And what I think that Amir and I would do is think about what are the likely areas that are happening a lot, and make some educated decisions about where the focus should be. One of the things that Amir and I have talked about is misclassification of employees and independent contractors. Within, one of the examples of making somebody an independent contractor, and it's a technical analysis. It's not just, you don't just get to choose, is that you don't have to cover them for workers' compensation, for example. So that if they get injured on the job and you have them as an independent contractor, it's called sort of 1099ing them, right, Amir? 1099, that's the federal form. And then they're stuck, right? They don't have any help to get them back on their feet, sometimes literally. So that's one area that we know is a problem spot, and I'm sure we could reach out and get a better sense of if there are other sort of hot spot problems in Bloomington. Amir, do you want to add anything more to that?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just compare it to, I guess, okay, how it's done in other places. The wage theft ordinance, I'll say this. Prevailing wage ends up being used for construction projects, and the wage theft ordinance ends up for everybody else. That's in general how it's done. So you'll have across the board. They're usually not put together, as in you're not using the wage theft ordinance and the prevailing wage ordinance on the same thing, just because the construction industry is very different than other industries. And I spent years enforcing wage theft, and it's very different in the construction context because it's not a fixed target. People are working for like a week or two, and then they're moving on. So yeah, these are not really, in practice, they're not really overlapping. They're applying to different groups of workers. So when it comes to how we could look at using the wage theft ordinance, it would be up to council direction, but what would come to mind is having it as complaint-based, from anybody. It could be from city staff, from other organizations, and then you would, go out there and see if there's anything to this complaint, and if there is, or there might be, then you would do an audit like we would do with sick and safe time. Just, you provide your records. And then prevailing wage, if you want me to also mention how that would kind of look, that, at least talking from a lot of staff in other cities, is the preventative aspect is most important. And that is, filtering out people who don't want to pay or report. The reporting part is what turns a lot of bad actors away, because you're having to send a certified payroll report every 2 weeks. And so, but yeah, these would be handled differently.
And would we be putting this in one ordinance or two separate ordinances? Two separate.
Mayor and members, two.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Two separate, yep.
Councilmember Mua.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I'm interested to see or hear what our neighbors have seen. It's like Richfield, right? They're right up the street, very similar setup to us. Because I'm kind of thinking back to just my work and what I've done when I put working in food, and I think food is similar to construction because there's a lot of workers who will migrate to particular jobs based on the season and that kind of thing. So when I slap a label on something that says contact me here, I'll get a peek in comments and complaints, and then after a certain amount of time it falls off and no one pays attention to it anymore. So I'm wondering if we do these ordinances, is that going to be the same effect where we're going to see a peak maybe initially, but in the nature of construction, as these workers come in, they do their jobs and they're out within 1, 2, 3 weeks, is that going to tail off as we have to continue to manage this and it's not as clear of a focus or it's not a priority anymore? Like, what have they seen when it comes to that long-term impact?
Okay, thank you, council members. So we have to remember this would only apply to construction projects that are receiving city money. So general construction, it would not be covered. So we would have a certain number of projects, and for instance, when we had talked about the $1 million threshold, that was mentioned to avoid, my understanding is all the projects that would have a single bidder. When we talk to city staff with utilities, where would this stop? Like, tell us a threshold where none of the single bidder projects would trigger prevailing wage. And they said $1 million would do it. So that's to get rid of, so that gets rid of a lot of projects. But for the things where this is happening a lot, they would be covered. Our housing projects are definitely more than $1 million. All of our affordable housing, these are all over $1 million. So the $1 million is to avoid the single bidder projects. And that's what was explained to me. It would take all of them out. And so we would not have that issue. Now, in the way prevailing wage works, the reason you would always have it on your radar is because a project starts and every 2 weeks they have to submit, there's an online software, they submit a certified payroll report. Before that, they would be telling city staff how many workers are going to be there and what their job classifications are and what they're getting paid. City staff would visit once in a while, just for like an hour, see if, if they said there's going to be 30 workers there, and then we see there's 100 workers there, then we know that there's a problem because some people are off the books. So and also we would check, you could ask a couple workers, how much are you getting paid? And then you could see if the rates that the contractor submitted, it's actually what they're being paid. So because it's only applying to projects receiving city funds, and we have a set system of compliance, on prevailing wage, there's no reason that if we're doing our job, it should ever be off the radar. Now, on other things, like you were talking about wage theft, that's different. Same with sick and safe time. If you look at other municipalities, when initially there are more complaints, there's a spike in complaints. As employers start to realize that they have to comply, things get in order, it's normal then you do see a significant decrease that stays in the number of complaints. So that has happened across the country on sick and safe time.
And that's, Mayor, if I may, that's one of the reasons why we think that our compliance staff will be able to take on these projects if you ask us to do that, because the earned sick and safe time should be going like this, and as this is sort of up here, and then it too will go down. So in a couple of years, there'll be a lower sort of flat rate, or hopefully none, but the peaks are happening at different times, theoretically.
Others? Councilmember Rivas. Councilmember, could you please turn on your microphone, please? Thank you.
I'm pretty loud usually, so sorry. Thanks, Mayor. I'm just curious, do we have any complaints of people not paying their workers accordingly in the city of Bloomington?
Council member, and they wouldn't have a way to complain under our current system if they did have a complaint. I have been told that there were some problems with some of our projects, and if there ends up being a public hearing, people are going to speak about those projects who had firsthand knowledge of those problems. But right now, we don't have a mechanism for people to contact the city of Bloomington if they have not been paid.
Thank you.
So tell me if this is a correct analogy. Just thinking about earned sick and safe and the potential for wage theft, the fact that it's governed by the state, but we could have an improved service level if we take it on locally. I mean, how is it different? Is it a correct analogy to think it's basically the discussion we just had about park maintenance? Do we want level 1, level 2, or level 3 service, basically?
It's similar to that, but I would say one difference is we would have discretion on what allegations we pursue and how we do things. So when we talk about, my goal on this and what I see as realistic is that at least for compliance, that additional staff would not be needed. But that also depends on how you do enforcement. So I'll give so prevailing wage it's done as a set system. Mm-hmm. But when it comes to wage theft, yes, it could be we're going to go out there and do outreach and go door to door, or it could just be if we see a problematic thing that comes up for a short amount of time that we'll go investigate, or if we get complaints. So I see it as more giving the city flexibility on trying to deal with certain issues. And yes, it does increase the service that workers in Bloomington get, but it's in a controlled manner. We can decide how much enforcement we want to do and when. So it gives us that control. So I think that's important, so you can manage staff resources.
I think the analogy that I was looking at was if it's enforced at the state level as well, put that number, whether it's 2 or 3 or whatever it's at, but by doing it locally, then it becomes a 1. And then the question is, what level do we want to, and the same with plowing our streets. Do you want to be a level 1, 2, or 3 when you plow the streets? And it says service delivery, I think. Yeah, 1, I agree. Yes. So, Councilmember Mua?
Thank you, Mayor. I think that to me triggered just a conversation that we've had about our stop doing list. And this feels like another add to just the amount of work that we have to do when we know the state does a lot of work with this already. I know just the effort that our staff puts in when they're out in sites and inspecting those things. Though, I mean, it feels like a lot. And it's not that I'm saying I don't support living wage. I don't support wage theft. It's that question of like, is this something we put on the stop doing list because we're already doing so much, or is this something like we fully believe is enough to add to the already heavy lift that we're already doing? Because that conversation comes around every year, and we're like, what do we need to stop doing? And it's every time we do add something, it's hard to say, oh, we have to stop doing that.
Councilmember D'Alessandro?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Who should really stop doing stuff is people who are stealing from people. That would be great. So I'm of the opinion that, and I'm not 100% sure what, I think the questions that we were asked was, do we want to adopt the ordinance? Do we want to do a task force about the ordinance? Do we want to leave it alone? I forget, there was another one probably. So I think that if we believe that the current compliance department staff within the city's legal team can absorb this, then I think that we should try. I definitely have heard the same anecdotal information about this being a problem, and unlike other areas of the city or the Twin Cities, Bloomington is we got a lot of projects in the hopper, and so if people are going to be non-compliant and steal from workers, we're a good target for that because we have so many opportunities for people to do work here. And so I would like to think that local enforcement of prevailing wage, if it is already a state thing, feels like something we should already be doing. Meaning if it comes to us first and it didn't go to the state, we should make sure that there's a mechanism for it to get there and get enforced and dealt with. So the idea that if somebody came to us and we said, good luck to you, you need to go to the state for that, and then we never bothered to follow up, and it's happening in our city with funds that we supported through government work, that feels bad to me. And so I'd like to not do that if we can avoid it. I'd like to have some way for us to say, when you do work in Bloomington using government funds provided by us, you need to comply with, like, not just ethically, but like legally with the rules that are there. And we're gonna help you do that. So that's my feeling on prevailing wage. And then in terms of wage theft, very, very much to your point, look, people who are, it's true about every regulation, every law we've ever heard, right? And people even use it on a regular basis in our neighborhoods, right? If you don't have anything to hide, you don't have anything to worry about, right? And so I want us to feel like we have the data to say this is not a problem in Bloomington. Like, to me, that feels really good. That the contracts that we sign as a city to the people that do work in this city are really good, and that those people are very good at what they do. They take care of their workers. They take care of their own staff. They hire contractors who are not trying to make a quick buck, but are actually building quality product for the city. These feel right to me for us to put in place. So. Whether we do a task force or not to get the stuff defined, I don't know that I care about that, but I think we should make sure we do something on both of these items. I just think it's good policy for us to make sure that we have the ability for the city to enforce its values on contracts that it is signing using the city's dollars. That just feels right to me. Thanks.
Councilmember Carter and then Councilmember Rivas. Councilmember Carter.
For the sake of time, I will keep my comments very brief, but I agree with Councilmember D'Alessandro. And, I also don't think that we need to go through the full task force process because it seems like prevailing wage would be probably pretty straightforward. We just need to make some kind of key decisions. And then for wage theft, I feel more comfortable moving forward with the public hearing. So number one, based on the conversation tonight and the fact that you guys have already started to draft some of the ordinance language, and I think that the public hearing will give us opportunity to hear from the various stakeholders who have a point of view, and then of course we can, make the decision that night, or we could, move the decision to a future meeting if we need more information. So, that's where I'm at.
Councilmember Rivas.
I just have a quick question for you. Is there an existing clause on the prevailing wage? Like, for instance, some construction companies will hire, plumbers, electricians, but also they have apprentices and people that are at a lower level, not entirely well versed in the profession, so they pay at different rates. Is there a clause in the prevailing wage that would allow these contractors to pay different wages to different abilities within the profession itself?
Yeah, Councilman Rivas and Council, yes. It's a very specific thing, and that's actually one of the reasons that ends up saving on the costs for prevailing wage is you're allowed to formally use apprentices, and they have set rates from the state on how much you pay them, and it is lower than experienced workers. But it's all made clear. There's nothing like, under the table. So when the Department of Labor publishes the rates, they have it for an apprentice. And that's one thing that they said also makes it easier for people to join these trades, being able to have those apprenticeships. But yeah, it's a set rate from the state for an apprentice is not the same as an experienced worker.
And so, Mayor, if I may add, there are research that we read that from sort of trade school type, pro trade school experience. I'm losing my words here at 10:30, but that because of this graduated pay rate, that it is a great way for people to get the training on the job and grow into these trades. And so it's been good for trades in development of trade workers. But then also the employer gets the benefit of the lower salary rates too.
Right, thank you.
Councilmember Nelson.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'll be quick here. Just for clarification, wage theft would apply to all businesses, not just those that have a contract and receive funding from the city. Is that accurate?
Councilman Nelson, yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then there are anecdotal stories of wage theft within Bloomington. I've heard them as well, and very much sympathize with those that are victims of it. My question is, there is state law in this area. What did the state do?
Oh, when I was talking about the anecdotal evidence, I was not talking about a violation of the wage theft ordinance. I was talking about of what would be there. I was talking about the problems in the construction industry that the prevailing wage ordinance would look to be dealing with, like, you'll have a lively public hearing, and people will say that on city-funded projects in construction that there were violations of labor laws. So that's where the prevailing wage ordinance would be trying to deal with that. The anecdotal part, I wasn't talking about like what's happening at retail levels. At least for me mentally, I do look at these things as separate issues because it's even different group of people. Someone who deal with this, like your Office of Contract Compliance deals with prevailing wage, and your labor standards deals with the wage theft ordinance. I mean, in Bloomington, we'd have everything together. But no, when I was talking anecdotal, I was talking about city-funded construction projects.
And just for clarification, There's anecdotal evidence on city-funded construction projects that there are violations of labor laws. Is that correct?
As in they did not get paid. Yeah, they did, but those would not, like I said, they wouldn't trigger unless they were getting state or federal funding. They wouldn't trigger any of those laws. That's the difference between wage theft and prevailing wage. Right now, if there's just general, like a wage theft thing, you could go to the state. If there are violations really in construction or things like prevailing wage and there's only city money, then those things wouldn't be triggered. They would be triggered if the project was getting state or federal funding, but not if it's just like a TIF or something like that.
So I guess I'm trying to be...
Yeah, I know, Mayor and members, I hear what you're saying, and yes, I believe is the answer. And when I talk to, I mean, I haven't received those calls in myself, or actually, I think they were forwarded maybe, but it's possible that the allegations are true. We have followed up with them when we have heard about them, but statistically speaking, I think it's possible. You can hardly read the newspaper and not see a story about wage theft or prevailing wage, or I mean, it's been. It's like I just keep seeing them now that I've been working on this. So, I mean, it's happening. We didn't include all the statistics for sake of time, but state there has been a great deal of research on this, and the numbers are huge.
And I appreciate all that, and I'm not trying to diminish it as an issue. And, I have the same opinion of earned sick and safe leave. It's a state law. The state should enforce it. I'm very reticent for the city, or at least to step into that space if there's a law being violated. We absolutely should help, and if that's what we're talking about doing, is providing a way to help people get the assistance and the legal help that they need from the state, that I would totally 100% support. If we're having to come in and enforce state law because the state won't or can't, someone needs to go talk to the state and get them to fix their house and not put that as a burden on our city.
But Mayor and members, there is a gap though. So for city-only funded construction projects, prevailing wage does not apply.
I keep hearing Councilmember Nelson ask about wage theft.
Okay.
Wage theft, whether it's in retail, construction, horse grooming, whatever it is, if there is wage theft going on, it is against the state law, and to your point, it should be enforced at the state level. Did I summarize that correctly? Okay. Yep. Councilmember Lohman?
Thank you, Mayor. Just my take on this. I think that some of this duplicative question is maybe another reason to have another study session with more statistics. And the other question that I have is for these cities, we're suggesting $1 million threshold for this, but I can't understand how Duluth, Minneapolis, Richfield, Duluth has a $2,000, prevailing wage, piece. How do they get their unique services done? I mean, our services can't be so unique in Bloomington that they're not, done across the rest of the city or across the rest of the state. So that to me doesn't fit the smell test for me. So those are questions that I kind of have as I look at this. And if staff is concerned about that, then maybe it does make some sense to do a task force or at least another study session to try to get this figured out. I have an analogy too, Mayor. When I think about this, I think about I used to not be real big in favor of having cameras on our police force, but then I began to realize that the reputational risk of not having a camera out there. It kind of is a two-way street. You can kind of confirm what actually happened, what took place. The way I look at these, wage theft, prevailing wage, and I also put myself in the camp of the living wage, interested in looking at that too. It's a camera. It's a way of verifying, what is taking place. And of course, you could say, I don't want to deal with, the state has a thing around on wage stuff. Easy way to solve that is just do a living wage, and then you don't have that problem anymore. Then you got a living wage. So that's where I'm at. I think that we ought to, come back and look at this a little bit more. Maybe for some other members, it might make more sense to have some more of those 15 questions that you have out there answered a little bit more. But I'm certainly interested in having us move forward and have a deeper look at this. I'm not sure that I'm completely there yet on all of this, but I certainly am willing to have a deeper look.
Councilmember Lohman, the city attorney has instructed me not to get deep into the weeds, so I'm going to try not to. But this issue did come up about the different numbers, so this is what I can try to say. So not all ordinances are created equally. So you may see a low threshold, but there's a lot of projects it doesn't cover. Like it may say this is only for vertical construction. This is only for if the city is a direct, what's it called? They're on the building contract, So there's a lot of these. And also we look at what kind of goes with every city is different. Ours would be broad-based. It would cover everything. We wouldn't be making exceptions for certain kinds of projects. And based on our discussions with, utilities and others, that's where the idea of we feel that $1 million threshold would cover the types of projects that would actually have these problems. So what was explained to me is like some of our projects, like these ones we were talking about that would be under $1 million, they don't use subcontractors. That's in general where your problem comes. So we wouldn't use those, but all the ones that people are using subcontractors, all those projects would get covered by this $1 million threshold. So it's kind of
I appreciate
specific.
That, and I think that, again, I think if we were to go beyond that, because I don't know, I would support something with $1 million threshold. I can think of all the projects that could be done underneath that, and I'm concerned about that. But I would be interested in having more of a conversation about that, because $1 million, well, then at some point it's going to be $2 million, that's going to be $3 million, So I'd rather have a conversation about that later on if we could.
So, Council, I'm not hearing a whole lot of consensus here, one way or another, and I don't know if any of these 4 options. I don't know if anybody's comfortable with any of these 4 options quite yet. I don't know that we want to go to a public hearing, because I don't know that we're not set for that yet. The task forces, I don't know that they would answer the questions that we might have. It doesn't, the way it's defined here. I think we agree that do nothing is maybe not the best feel, but so that leaves us with other options. And I wonder if Councilmember Lohman's suggestion is correct. Maybe we continue this conversation, because I don't think it doesn't feel baked yet, personally. So, Councilmember Carter?
Thank you, Mayor. And to clarify my comment, I meant in general, like not going the task force route would be my preference, I guess. But I do wonder if we could separate these out a little bit more in the next discussion. So have a conversation around wage theft, and then have a conversation around prevailing wage. And then, and I don't know if it's in charts or whatever, but to have really clearly laid out like what the decisions are that we need to make related to both of them, because I feel like some of the challenge we had in tonight's conversation is just the not tracking what we're all talking about. And so just to kind of really clearly separate those, I think would be helpful.
Mr. Verbrucki, really quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. I think the other option, rather than setting a public hearing for an ordinance, since we already have started the work of what a draft ordinance might look like, is if we just bring that back for more discussion, and then we can frame some of these policy questions that you might have within the context of what a draft ordinance looks like. And then see if there is any sort of consensus that emerges after having that conversation, and that will inform what our next steps might be. Does that sound like a reasonable approach?
And that, I think, sounds reasonable. Councilmember D'Alessandro, then Councilmember Nelson. Councilmember D'Alessandro?
Yes, just in terms of prioritization, given the deadline that we heard of at the beginning of the presentation here, I'd prefer us to be focused on prevailing wage first, since we have the contract for the construction person for the community center. So if we could narrow the scope, maybe we table the discussion on wage theft for a later date, maybe, later in April or whatever, and we prioritize getting this prevailing wage thing back to us where we can make a decision. Would that be okay?
Mr. Broggie?
Yeah, Mr.
It feels
Mayor,
more
council
straightforward
members,
anyway.
I think that is okay. I think what we're likely to do, since we don't have a definitive answer, is have some sort of language in that RFP that goes out that says the city is considering adopting prevailing wage, and so anybody who bids should know that that's
Eyes wide open.
potential.
Sure. That makes sense. Councilmember Nelson?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I am just wondering, I don't have any recommendations, but if it might be possible to bring in just a couple of other people into the conversation, people with familiarity in this area, people that might be impacted by the decision. I'm not trying to open it up to a public hearing, so I don't want to go that route, but maybe just, we had a consultant earlier talking about an issue. If staff could just work with a few people to help educate us on that, because, this is an area that I know, maybe a breadth of stuff, but not much of a depth of it. So,
I think that makes sense. Ms. Manderscheid?
Mayor, members, we were very, very careful in our materials today to sort of not pick a side and be very careful about that. There is a well-regarded research entity. We could contact that. We could also reach out to one of our neighbors that has these ordinances and bring in someone who's working in it day to day, and then maybe I don't know. We'll come up with maybe one or two others. And what I'm sensing is probably prevailing wage in April, and then maybe wage theft in May. Is that sound okay?
I think that sounds about right, and it feels like that's where we are right now. I think more information, and especially, as Councilmember Nelson suggested, additional voices just to answer some of the questions that some folks have. So, all right.
If you could send those questions, we make sure that we can get them answered.
If everyone could send questions, any questions that came up this evening, yes, just send them off, please. Thank you. Sorry we didn't get to a resolution tonight, but somehow it works. Somehow it works. Yep. Next up, Mr. Verbrugge, item 5.5, the resolution authorizing application and acceptance of grant funds from the U.S. EPA for a commercial energy efficiency green cost share program.
Mr. Mayor and council members, normally this item would have been a consent agenda item, but because we brought it in such short order, I just thought it would be better into organizational business. This is a grant opportunity that we've been invited to participate in with Minneapolis and a number of other cities. And this will help us do energy audits, especially in the commercial sector, which is consistent with what we're already doing in the residential sector. So it fits squarely within what our sustainability plan is and what our BTT plan is. So I think this is relatively straightforward, but I didn't want to assume anything because the council didn't have a chance to look at it very much before bringing it on. For anybody who's watching, the reason that it is a last-minute request is we didn't receive the information until Friday after the packet had been published, so we had a short turnaround time. If there is any more detailed question, Mr. Keel is here and can answer as well. And it was nice of him to let his staff go so they didn't have to stay until now to handle it.
Council, any questions on this? I think pretty straightforward on this one. So if there are no questions, I'd look for a motion to adopt the resolution authorizing submission of a grant application to the United States Environmental Protection Agency for a commercial energy efficiency green cost sharing program and making necessary budget amendments.
Moved as stated.
Motion by Councilmember Lohman, second by Councilmember D'Alessandro. Any further discussion on this? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you so very much. Council, we've got 12 minutes. I think we can get this done yet tonight. Moving on to item 5.6, our council policy and issue updates. I'll start by recapping our listening session. Ms. Sally Ness had additional questions regarding handicap parking and bus parking at Dar Al Farouk. Carol Gogerty, I think I pronounced it right this time. I didn't when I introduced her the first time. Spoke eloquently in support of trees and talked very much about the importance of trees and the benefits that they do provide. Brian Hoffman spoke up about the city's response to specific issues and talked about the implementation and responsive quality service issues that he saw that the city might have and ways that we might improve that quality service responsiveness. And Mike List came back again. We had a discussion again about the issues with the group home in his neighborhood. And we, I think, continue to work through that one, not only with Mr. List, but I think with our Bloomington Police Department, and also in consideration with the licensing that goes on for all of the group homes, not only in Mr. List's neighborhood, but throughout the city of Bloomington. Mr. Verbrugge, anything to add tonight?
Mr. Mayor and council members, just a quick query of the council. I sent some information about the judging for Hatch. We have 3 council member seats on the judging panel. I've heard from Councilmember D'Alessandro interest in participating and just wanted to find out if any of the other council members are interested in participating. So dates were in the information that I sent. I'd like to be able to give our staff an indication yet this week. So if you haven't had a chance to review those dates and the timeline, please do so and follow up with me as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Verbrugge. Council, anything to add this evening? Councilmember Mua and then Councilmember Rivas. Councilmember Mua.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to take a second to acknowledge and say how thankful I am to the Bloomington Fire Department and our police because this last week there was a fire two blocks from my house, and their response time was fantastic. They were able to put the fire out. No one was injured, but just the communication with the community and the response time and ability to provide the service that we asked them to do on a day-to-day basis just made me really thankful considering everything that's happened so far. So I just want to send that thank you to our fire department, our firefighters, our police officers, all the first responders who came running when the call came.
Thank you, Councilmember Mua. Well said. Councilmember Rivas.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I just want to bring up what Salinas is being mentioning. Is there any way that we can put an end to this collectively?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor and council members, so the information that Ms. Nest provided this evening, the email from the gentleman at the state of Minnesota, what I will do is share that with our police department, who is tasked with enforcing these things, and see if we can't facilitate a conversation between our police chief and the individual at the state of Minnesota. You know, some of the issues that we have are related to type of property and the enforcement that goes with the type of property. It's a private property. And so our enforcement is going to, in some ways, be dictated or vary based on whether it's public property or private property and who needs to, like, notify us if there's a complaint or if there's something that's going on there. So we'll do a little bit more follow-up and hopefully we can maybe get closer to being on the same page.
Right. Thank you.
Council, anything else this evening? Councilmember Nelson.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just want to check with staff, and you may not have an answer right now, but if there's been any discussions at the city level regarding Uber, Lyft, the new ordinance in Minneapolis. I'm certainly sympathetic to making sure, I mean, we just had a nice discussion of making sure people are paid fairly for the work that they do, and obviously that's a priority of this council. I also want to make sure that there's transportation available for people who come here to enjoy our hospitality industry, and you know, personally, I'd like to have transportation available to get to the airport and stuff like that. So I'm just wondering, because I think one of them, Uber, says they're out of the region completely, and Lyft has said that they may stay in the region partially. Is there a way to facilitate or get a hold of them and find out where they're at and let them know where Bloomington's at? And
Mr. Verbrugge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Councilmember Nelson. This also has the attention of the governor's office and potentially legislators who I think are pondering whether to intervene in some way at a state level. We do not regulate Uber or Lyft, and so, asking, I think it would be a little bit hard to get their attention right now because the public policy decision makers who are influencing this are at a higher level than what we're at. So that's just the honest answer, right? Is I would agree with you that seeing options exit the market is not good for people. And ironically, given the conversation we just had, I think everybody feels that people should be compensated fairly for the services that they're provided. So I can do a check-in with some of our interagency partners and see if there is a role for other non-Minneapolis municipalities to perhaps play a role.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, just given our role in a lot of the events and things that come to the region, I think that would be important just to stay abreast of it. And I don't know that we need to formally add it to our legislative agenda, but if you could just keep us up to date as best we can. So I had one last thing, if I could.
Very quickly.
Very, very quickly. So I was listening to public radio, and I did not hear the entire story, but it was the chief of Metro Transit talking about how great they're doing and reducing crime and things like that. And so if I might be able to get kind of a recap of some of that, because I did not have a chance. I was going to call in and ask if their data included our data or not. And I don't know if anybody from staff or in the police department heard the segment that they did. I just wanted to verify the accuracy of some of the claims that were made during that show.
Mr. Verbrugge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. Councilmember Nelson, Chief Hodges is here, but this one I think I can answer pretty straightforward because we had a conversation with Chief Morales and with Chair Zelli from Metro Council and the GM of Metro Transit, along with folks at the Metropolitan Airports Commission a couple weeks ago, and specifically clarified for them that the numbers that they have publicly cited are not inclusive of City of Bloomington numbers. Okay, so there is an additional statistic there that hasn't been reported. And the question I asked them that I haven't had additional feedback on is if that's exclusive to us or does it include the other agencies that they had special contracts with. So they had the University of Minnesota that was also providing, UMPD was providing contract overtime, Metropolitan Airports Commission was providing contract overtime and heightened enforcement and presence. And my understanding is that those agencies, their numbers are also not included. So the Bloomington numbers would be additive to the statistics that Metro Transit has been reporting. Yep. And, again, I want to reiterate what I've said previously, and I think the chief made this point during his public safety presentation at the previous meeting. It's complicated because heightened enforcement is naturally going to lead to more citations and more arrests, right? It's in the service of making sure the line is safer, the perception of safety is enhanced, and just being more visible and more proactive is naturally going to increase the numbers. Chief Hodges talked about that with our own statistics, not independent of transit, and the fact that our work to encourage retailers to be committed to prosecuting shoplifting, for example, right? That's leading to higher numbers, but it's because of proactive commitment that's happening. So it's a complicated issue.
Council, additional questions? Hearing none, seeing our agenda is complete, I would look for a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
We have a motion by Councilmember D'Alessandro, second by Councilmember Carter to adjourn this evening. No further council discussion on this. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 7-0. Thank you much for the council discussion tonight. Thanks to the staff for the information brought forward, and thanks to everybody who participated, either just by watching or participating in our meeting tonight. Thanks.